Okay. Sorry, I'm having issues. Not issues, really. We won't even call it that. But my service was down to 1 bar. I'm at 2 now. So if you all can hear me and it's not lagging and video's okay, let me know in the chat if there's anybody even in here right now. I see that Avid and Snake River came in before I got in here, but this poor bait pole, trying to fix the drag on it, but sorry, had to reel that in underneath the boat. This is my first time, I think, going live. All right, thank you. This is my first time going live with the knowledge that I have now of using the desktop version. And it looks so different compared, I guess this is what it looks like when you use a computer, but I have drifted from the spot where I was trying to be. So hopefully that will still work just as good, but I'm gonna try to get myself back over this way. I'm gonna also fix the camera here in just a second. Hey Chunky, I'm gonna switch this camera around here. Just 1 second. All a little different on this. It's almost like I feel like brand new again. Hey, we'll try this. We'll see. But I may end up switching it around so that y'all can see. Oh, it's so pretty that way. I know I just put it on me, but y'all have got to see now that the sun is just setting, like it just changed as soon as I did that. But the trees, like, they look so awesome. Like they're all lit up now compared to what they were. Like all of a sudden the sun broke through, and yeah, so anyway, I'll flip it back around. Hey Big Slim and Mike's fishing. Sorry, I really feel brand new doing this on the desktop version. It looks so different. Okay, I'll flip it back around though, since everybody always complains that I'm never on camera. Let's see, I'll flip it back to where I was at. Oh, I just gotta find it. This is so weird and different. Let's see, camera. I'm probably gonna end up asking somebody to come up at some point to help me out with this, because yeah, it's a little hard to see the chat and to keep up with all this, but I'm not in the spot that I need to be in. So I guess I'm gonna start my motor. Hopefully it's not too loud, or well, I guess I can mute it and just. Okay, sorry, I hit a button, obviously, but let's see what I can do here. Oh. I'm sorry, it's not muted. But I gotta get whipped around again. Okay, sorry. I'll try to throw this stuff back out. Right before I went live, I had a fish on both of my rods, but I didn't get either of them because I was trying to set up to actually go on and go live, and then trying to figure out which one of the 2 rods I wanted to go for, and wound up missing both of them. So that was fun. Okay. Shouldn't have thrown this out until I let it drift a little bit more. I also probably should put a little more worm on there, but we're just going to try with what's on there. That takedown I had right before it started really took a bunch of the worm, but there's still some on there. Loud. Hey, Philip. I'm going to do this where my finger's not in the way, sorry. Yeah, I'm not used to not having somebody else talk to me. Hey, Jeff. Sorry, I don't know if I've said hi to everybody or not, but there's Big Matt. I totally didn't throw that out where I had it the first time, but I think where I'm at, it won't matter. But this is an area where I was not sure of the service for going live, and I also have only fished it once. But definitely probably should have an anchor, but I don't have anchor rope, so it wouldn't do me much good to throw my anchor in if I didn't have any way of um, retrieving it again or connecting it to a boat. But oh, hush, Daniel. But yeah, I probably will end up putting the link on because where I have not got my rods even set up, this has proven a little bit more difficult to do all the things that I need to do. Hey, Alvin. Dark 30, new subscriber, just got subscribed to Dark 30 last night, I believe, or this morning. I can't keep track because I'm always awake, but I have a ton of different worms with me. I've got different stuff. I've got some minnows. I've got a couple of little bluegill I caught with the cast net. I can always throw the cast net. There's a ton of shad around here. But I haven't got any of that stuff going right now. Mainly, I just wanted to see if I had service here. Yeah, Mike's, if you wanna read chat, that would totally help me out right now. Even if like you didn't stay the whole time, like you just did it while I was getting set up, that would be amazing. Because right now I'm having some difficulties getting everything done. But let's see, I've never done this. Let's see. I'm gonna do this the way that everybody. Nope, that's not how you do it. Hold on. Invite. I'm gonna try this the way y'all did. Okay, copy clipboard. Oh no, I got a fish on. I gotta mess with that in a second. Oh, it's not on there. What the heck? It got caught up in my line. Like I have a well, no, it might still be on there. No, it's not on there. If it is, it's little, I'll tell you that. It's just not on there. But it got caught on the line on the front of the boat. I have a rope on there that I tie it to when I'm putting the boat in by myself and just let the boat float back. And then hold on, let me get this posted. It got caught on there and the fish came off. Like that stinks, but oh well. Okay, I think I got that on there now. We'll see. It's only showing me half my screen right now. Oh, there it is. Oh, that sucks. I was all excited. So I won't lie, like that was on my carp rod because I had so much fun catching those carp the other day that I had to throw out a carp rod again. It's acting weird right now. I don't know where. Oh, my bells are right here. I think I threw into a fish's mouth. Maybe not, but it's really acting weird right now. So probably scared it when I moved the rod. But once I put this bell back on there, I'll be doing a little bit better. I didn't have it on there, so I didn't know I had a bite last time. Yeah, I don't know. It's just acting weird. But I'm gonna mess with that drag on that one too. Well, that's funny. I don't even know how to do the basement when I have it on. It is acting real weird right now. Sorry. Yeah. I'm so far away from where I was trying to fish again. Like all that. That's why I definitely needed somebody to come help me. Yeah, I think there's definitely something messing with this other rod though. But I don't know because there's nothing there. So I'm also in the kind of like the headwaters area of the lake more, so I'm also fishing current But I was fishing current because of wind the other day, so I don't even know. I have no clue. Yeah, I have no clue what it's doing. It's almost pulling it in the freaking, like, out of this rod holder, so I feel like there definitely had to have been something messing with it, but it's not hooking up, so maybe I don't have it in there secure enough. I'll figure this out in a minute. It's cool, Daniel. Okay, so I have no clue what to do about this, but it's not doing anything, so it's just getting on my nerves. These bells off. But the problem is I'm so far away from where I was trying to be. Again. Probably should have been putting it up front and had the trolling motor on so that I could use that instead of have to keep turning this big motor on or without using these little paddles, but I'm sure use the paddle because why not? Hey Chris, I asked you earlier, I don't know if you saw, but how'd you do today? I saw you were live. I went in there a couple of times at times when my hands were full and I wasn't able to actually chat, but then right before you ended, I was in the Mike Chavez's live. Got a little boat coming down the river here in a minute. I am still technically on Taylorsville Lake where I usually fish. I'm just up at the place where the Salt River starts becoming the lake. This part is definitely not very two on the live one after. Gotcha. Hey, you weren't skunked. That's great. This area is so shallow. Like all of this, like ramp area anyway is pretty shallow. This whole kind of, I don't know, it's a good chunk of the lake down here, but where Ryan Bortz fishes and where I fish a lot, but it's not very. I just realized I stuck the bell on the wrong pole earlier. But now that one is acting like it's got a bite again. So, but I just realized I had my line wrapped around the end of my rod, so that wouldn't be good to actually get a fish on there. I may just quit with the whole carp setup until he comes back in or somebody comes in. Okay, now I got to figure out how to get him in here. I Haha, that was easy.
All right, hold on. I'm trying to swipe away here because I was coming in to tell you that I was back here.
Gotcha. Yeah, I saw like I
All right,
happened
there
to
we
catch
go.
like a little glimpse of the screen change color or something. Like you, I guess you bent down a little bit or something, and I was like, oh wait, I see him in my peripheral vision. Hmm.
Yeah, it's kind of weird because when you're on that guest, like you can chat privately, but you can't send a comment to the chat. So that's how I was going to come back in YouTube and let you know I was there. All right,
We
so
got
I'm gonna go
something
to the
on
chat
here.
screen. That way I can read it for you. If
I got to get this set better. I think it's a bluegill. Oh,
there
yep.
we go. I'm assuming you already know who's in there, but just in case, I'm seeing hooks and hammocks. Of course, Dan fishing the Mid South Mike and fins and foul right now.
I'm gonna try to keep that. I did figure that out in a second. I'm gonna put it on there because I'm gonna go for a little bit bigger catfish. Right now, I'm trying to target some little ones. Oh, I'm getting knocked around by tiny waves. Yeah, so I don't know how on this boat that I can manage to get rods. It's like either me or the rods. Um, Look at this rod. I don't know what the heck's going on here. It sure is acting like it's got something on there. But then I pull it up, there's nothing on there. So heck, I know. This was the story of my life the other day. Not the tournament. The tournament, I was bringing them in and then losing them, I did bring some in, but I don't know. I'm not sure what's going on, why it's doing what it's doing. You all can look at it and tell me what you think. Sure seems like to me there's something on there.
I did catch some of that tournament today, by the way. I went and seen those carp you brought in. And when Dan gave you a great tip and said drop the net.
Drop the net.
You were trying to reel in a fish while you had the net tucked in her
Oh
elbow, and
yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
and Dan said,
Well,
"Hey, drop the net."
I picked it up on purpose because I wanted it in my hand because I'd been missing them. So like I wanted it there and ready to go. Like
Yeah,
yeah.
Big Slim in the house.
I have no clue what this rod is doing in front of you all. Like,
Hooks and Hammock says it looks like
is it
boat is
current?
drifting and bait is dragging.
Right, but well, I mean, I agree but like I'm not really moving as I mean the boat was coming along a minute ago, but maybe I need to just let it off for a second. Like
Snake River and Bank to the Table in the house. Leash is out here fishing, fellas. I just figured I'd help her out with the chat a little bit if she needed.
yeah, I'm probably just drifting like along through here because I need I need an anchor, but I don't have anchor rope. I mean, I have an anchor, but I need rope for the anchor. But yeah, we are kind of like flipping around. I was going to go back to the little island where I was at during the tournament and set up there and do some carp fishing, but my main goal and purpose of coming out here and fishing today was to try to target some different size catfish and for the tournament that I've got coming up. And right now, apparently, I'm focused more on the carp fishing. So, like, it is definitely dragging the bottom because now I'm moving a lot.
Greenwell Fishing is in the house. He says, "What's going on there, Alicia?"
Hey, Mike Greenwell, just out here messing around. Yeah, I'm gonna end up with not doing the whole cart thing, but I'll probably just go on and set up for small, medium, and large fish all at the same time.
That's a
The
good plan.
Tacticat, the Tacticat is a unique tournament where we have to start out like targeting smaller fish. I mean, we don't have to, but your fish only count for the tournament if the next one weighs more than the one you start with.
Yeah, it's
So
an
like,
interesting concept.
yeah, if you catch one that's smaller than one you've already caught, it doesn't count. So like, I'm I was just planning on throwing out some different rods for different things that, because I'm not in the tournament right now, I could still target differently, and it wouldn't be a big deal. But yeah, I'm gonna bring this in.
Fins and Fowl wants to know what you're fishing for, Alicia.
Um, any of the 3 catfish that are in this lake would be nice. But I also threw this carp rod out, but it's not working. Where I'm sitting, there's a little bit too much current and flow. Even though there's not much current at all, it's still enough to keep me from being still and messing with my stuff. So
She got 2 nice carp the other day. Now she's got carp fever.
she does. She lost a nice carp, and that's what gave her the fever more than anything.
Yeah, the one you saw, bet it got off.
Yeah,
Hey,
nobody else got to see it. Yeah.
Cowboy Luther is in the house.
Okay, I'm
Skin
going
and
to
scales as well.
mute myself for just a second.
Hey, Matt from Want to Be Outdoors is in. Yeah, Matt, I was bouncing around a couple lives, but I seen Alicia go up, so I figured I'd check that out too. And I heard her say it's hard to watch the chat. I figured it all for a hand. Randall's in the house. You'll forgive me when I lean in that way. I don't know your policies, but I am sipping, so I'm gonna lean this way and get a sip. Snake River is out here. Oh, I was laughing when you screamed that out during the tournament too. We out here.
Oh crap! I threw into something's mouth, and then I was just reeling it in to move it where I was going to move it, and I missed it. But let's see if we can get y'all pull it around. I don't know. Now I'm going to be heading this way too much quick. Yeah. So right now I got it stuck right out there. I mean, not stuck, but I got it out there where I had that bluegill a second ago. I was wanting to throw it out there. What'd you say?
I was talking to Scanny. He said good afternoon, so I was just replying to him. Hey, Randall.
Pretty little cast there.
Mark Knight, waving all the way from the UK. Hello, Mark. Welcome in.
Hey, Mark. Oh, y'all are football around there. I'm gonna have to turn around. Yeah, like I keep getting flipped around. Oh, the sunset's so pretty. I'll need to see that. Not sure how good it looks on that side of the camera, but
Let me drop the chat screen so I can see what you're talking about.
oh, the sunset. Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, that's pretty. Yeah, that looks nice.
Yeah, the reflection is real pretty too. No, I can't.
Yeah, the whole spot looks like a nice little spot too.
Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty down here. I mean, this is only minutes from my house and where I grew up fishing. But not up here. We never came this way because it gets so shallow. Like Dad didn't want to run his boat aground over here. He has a much bigger bass boat, so now I got this over here back where I caught the little catfish the last time I came out here. So hopefully one of those will get on. Something's over there playing with it. I hear another boat coming up the river now.
Your boy Troy is in the house. He says, "What's going on, Alicia and Mike's?"
Hey, Troy. Just trying to catch some little catfish right now, but I think I'm going to switch worms after this one gets eaten off because this is not the same kind of worm that I used when I was out here last time. But maybe if I do it exactly like I did it last time, I'll find those catfish that were here again. That boat's going to send me like all kinds of ways.
Oh man, you said you're not anchored up either, didn't you?
No, I'm just sitting out here in the. It's not a very wide river like area either, so if he like slows down too, I mean he's definitely not on a plane. There's no way he could go that fast through here. But yeah, like if he slows down, it'll probably send me some waves more than if he didn't. But
Steve Mosley's in the house. Alvin Lewis is in. What's going on, fellas? Mark Knight says that explains why Alicia is not modeling on Wheels channel tonight. She's a busy lady.
modeling on Wheels channel, what are y'all talking about?
I don't know. That's what he said. And then Mike Greenwell says, "What day are you in the tournament?"
On Sunday. What day are you in it, Mike? Hi, Sandy. I'm about to get hit with some little waves. But yeah, he's
Sandy's
way down.
in. Off the Hook Outdoors is in, and Silver Fox Sandy is in.
Oh.
Getting a good lineup here, Alicia.
Yeah. I don't guess it tells me how many are in here on this, does it? Like it does when it's not on. We.
It doesn't tell me, but you should have a little number up near your corner up that way to the top left of your screen. There should be a number up there.
It is so pretty right now. Like so pretty. It's also cold. I'm in shorts, but I've got extra clothes to throw on to help with that
Sandy
problem.
wants to know Taylorsville.
Yes, I'm on Taylorsville. I am. I don't know if you all can see or not. I'll point with the end of my rod, but can we see? Like right there, there's some cars. That's where I last saw Sandy and Van. Was where that car is. That's the boat ramp here at Van Buren. Okay, so I got tired of the little bluegill there, and before I leave from this little spot, I'm gonna throw a night crawler on here and see if that will get one on. I haven't thrown, like I've got minnows. I haven't used any of those yet.
She says she catfish. Sounds like I'm echo on the screen.
Did you say it has an echo?
It sounds like I'm echoing.
Oh, I don't hear it, but maybe they do. So I don't know. I'm sure they'll let us know in chat. But
yeah. Anyway, Sandy was at.
I'm gonna mute this 1 second.
Yeah, I thought so, but it might be just coming through her speaker or whatever to where it autos back because I only have one app open, and it's the StreamYard. I don't have any YouTubes or anything open, so I shouldn't be echoing. And now I'm not. I'm not echoing now, right?
Okay, that's a mic is echoing.
Yeah, I know why. Your speaker going back up.
That's what? It's coming from mine. Is that what you said?
Basically,
They said no
you,
echo. So hold on. Mute yourself and let me talk and let me see what the chat says. Okay, so it's me. So I'm the one who's echoing. Because now that he's muted, I need to know, like, not the one that Sandy just wrote, but I need to know past him. Because if it's me, I'll exit out and come back in. But I just need somebody. No, it's not me. Okay. So now what's going to happen is I want Mike to come back on, and I'm going to mute myself and have him talk, and I want you all to tell me if he's echoing. Okay, so now we're both on. I'm going to mute myself, Mike talk, and then he sounds demonic. So then once I get myself muted, let me know if he is echoing. So I'm going on mute now.
Okay, now that I'm muted, or you're muted, I'm clear. What I think is happening is you're hearing me come through your phone, and then it's going back into your microphone to the chat. Because I'm not echoing either until you unmute.
Okay, well, I will close out and come back in. I mean, I don't even know how to do that, but
Okay.
how do you? I don't know how to do it without. I don't want to close down the thing because it's different on here now that I'm.
Because I'm you can close the
I can go completely. Okay, yeah, you're right. You're right because my phone can shut down and die even. Duh.
And then come
sorry.
back to your.
Yeah, I know this. I'm acting like I'm new. I'm sorry. All right, I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, that's what I think's going on. Is I think I'm coming through her speaker and then back into her microphone, basically. We're both clear as a bell, Skin, if one of us is muted. Like when she muted herself, I didn't have an echo either. But then when she's in there, I'm coming out through her speaker and then back into her microphone, it seems like. So crazy. Because I literally have nothing open but the StreamYard link. So I don't have any extra stuff going. I'm not echoing right now, am I? We'll find out when she comes back up. I might exit and come back in. Here, let me copy the link now. Copy. There we go. Oh, wait a minute. I hope I didn't just mess that up.
How do I? Oh, there we go. I hadn't hit the button. Huh. Wow.
All right,
I
I'm
don't even know.
backstage again.
You're backstage. No, it says you were on there.
Yeah, I'm coming up. Hold on. I gotta enter in my code and all that stuff and get back
Whose
up here.
volume is too loud? My volume's too loud. They going. Thanks for stopping by, everyone. No, we here. We out here. But
There.
yeah.
Echo's gone.
Okay. Yeah, I have no clue. Like, I'm starting to freeze though. I know that. I'm gonna have to put some clothes on in a second. Right now, I got a beach towel over me, so I don't completely freeze. But
You gotta flex them arms while you can, then cover up when it gets cold.
yeah, and I've got this little shoulder out too, so I got extra skin showing. But now I'm sitting out here with one rod out. Like, I think I'm probably gonna move out to an area where I normally fish, and just say forget it with these little ones right now that aren't biting right here. But like when I was in this exact same spot, like a couple weeks ago, I got like 4 of them back to back. Like, but today all I've had is bluegill.
Yeah, that's what's crazy about fishing, man. You hit that same spot and you're like, well, last time I was here, I caught 20 fish. And then you go there 2 days later and you don't even get a bite.
Yeah, I know. Oh my gosh. Every time I look at the freaking sunset, it's changed so much. It is so bright and pretty right now. Sorry for the profanities that are coming from the boat behind me. I don't know if y'all can hear it or not, but
No, it doesn't look like anything's picking up on there. I'm not hearing it
they're
anyways.
kind of far off right now, but I'm sure like once they get closer, you'll be able to hear them.
Yeah, those colors are pretty. Got like this
Yeah,
purple,
it's
pinkish kind
so
of.
pretty over this way, though.
Oh yeah.
Okay, well, they're using every explicit that there is, so I'm gonna actually mute myself for a second.
All right. When you come back, your boy Troy wants to know if you've been getting any nighttime bites.
What does he mean by get a haircut?
I was going to say, and Matt says get a haircut. He's probably messing with you. Your boy Troy wants to know if you've been getting any night bites.
If I'm getting any night bites tonight, or just in general, or
Just in
oops, I
general,
heard that one. Oh,
probably.
uh-oh.
Yeah, probably in general. If you've been out at night, have they been biting?
I'm trying to think if I had been out at night. I know that's crazy, but I don't even remember. I was fishing so much during the day because I had daytime tournaments, um, that I don't really know. I can't
Oh,
remember
you're
when I
trying
was
to say,
fishing at night
did
last.
you get a haircut?
Sorry, my phone didn't type did. What is he?
He's saying he was asking, did you get a haircut?
Oh, no. This is called humidity, and my hair curls, and it freaking shortens. And it just curls and go. Like, it's annoying. I hate it. Like, I need to buy myself a straightener because this is insane. It just
Welcome
keeps
back,
getting tighter and
Dan.
tighter curls. Like, even as my hair grows longer, it just grows out. It doesn't grow down. But yeah, no, that's just my hair.
Yes,
That's
she
just what
did,
it
Dan.
does.
Dan says, did Alicia say a few minutes ago she's got to put clothes on?
Oh, I do need to put. I mean, I've got clothes on, but I need to put more clothes on
Hey,
because it's
Rex.
getting like as the sun is going down, it's getting real cold. But oh my gosh, I love the sunset for real. Like I know I've said it already. I don't care. Like it's so pretty.
Your boy Troy says it can't be any worse than my last live. The homeless people were making whoopee. And now this chat flew by. You could hear it down the bank.
Oh no, waves. Um, I didn't hear what you said, so I was trying to see what it said. But
Oh, it's
Troy
probably
said
fine.
what?
Oh, here
Can
comes the
you?
echo. I don't get the echo very good, and all of a sudden there's an echo. I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh my gosh, Troy. That's funny. And that was on the live, like everybody else heard it too. Excuse me. I'm choking on the air and breathing. Oh, I don't actually have you all sitting in a good spot. Like, I got it now.
All right, let me check. Any echo? Nope, we're good again.
Mm-hmm. Hey, Mike T. That's
weird.
hilarious, Troy.
Mike Turner, what's going on, buddy?
Is Sandy still in here?
Yeah.
Oh crap, my bobber was way under and I was trying to get clothes put on it. I missed it, but I totally lost it. Y'all are gonna fall in the lake for that one. Oh, that's
Yeah, Sandy's still here. She just said, did any of you put in for John Oyler's tournament on the 6th?
so I'm gonna be traveling on the 6th, and the only way I could do it I know that there's only 7 that get picked, but is if I figure out somewhere either in Florida or in between Florida and here to fish it. And I haven't made up my mind if I'm gonna put in it or not. I kind of think I want to, but it'll be interesting fishing somewhere I totally don't know anything about,
Yeah, Kelly from the Bullock Experience just popped in.
Hi, Kelly.
I'm gonna have to go back and finish that Tim episode later. That's what I was doing before I came over here, Alicia.
Oh, let's put these gloves on. It's getting cold.
Your boy Troy says he put in for it.
Yeah, everybody should put in for it. Like, heck, it's a heck of a deal.
So yeah, Sandy. Just curious to see who all gets picked.
Yeah.
Kelly says he would give you a background for the fire if you want, or a background of a fire if you want.
Oh, a background of a fire, like so that it looks like I'm warmer than I am, or that it looks like I'm going to get warm. I don't know what the temperature is going to drop to tonight, but if it's like last night, then it's a 30-degree difference from what it was during the day.
Yeah, that's what happened to me Sunday. It was 70 during the day, but when I was out there fishing, it was 42.
Yeah. That's exactly like what it's been doing here, 72 and 42. I was like, what the heck? But oh, the reason why I asked if Sandy was in here was that I still have that bait. So I couldn't get it to go on the hook. I tried to put just like a tiny drop of water at a time on it. I still can't get it to go on the hook or stay on the hook. Like, it feels gritty now too. I don't know if it's not usable or if there's something else I can do to it, but I was real sad, like, when it wouldn't go on there. Well, it went on there, but it wouldn't stay on there. Okay, so I'm gonna turn y'all around while I put my pants on the rest of the way. Yeah, I'm just saying.
Oh, wait a minute, I thought my lives got rough. What's going on here? Shenanigans, Mike Turner, shenanigans.
I mean, I do have little shorts on that I'm putting them on top of, but still, when I stood up, like you all are like directly aimed at now I guess my belly button. Yeah, it just wouldn't have been good. Yeah. I also, this will be fun. Got to get I've got one of them, but I've got to get my other um, navigation light hooked up.
Uncle Josh is in the house and says pants are overrated.
Not in this weather.
KY Redneck is in the house. What's going on, KY?
Hey, Austin. Okay. Now, let's see. This is going to be real fun. Figuring out how to get that other light on from back here.
Rex Blocker says it wouldn't hurt his feeling.
Wow.
Jeremy Colvin in the house. What's going on, Jeremy?
Okay. I don't know where to sit you all while I do this. I just know that I don't want you to go in the lake like on Daniel's live when I dropped it in there.
Man, that night my phone kept dropping off the top of this little tripod there. It almost went in the water one at a time.
Yeah, mine did.
Sunday night when it fell off like 4 times, it hit them stairs and went sliding. I had to grab it. It almost went in the water. Sunfish is in. What's going on, Sunfish?
Hey. Okay.
Appreciate everybody hopping in and showing the love.
Got to get this light hooked up to be legal and stuff.
Well, since she's putting clothes on, I think I'm gonna run in there and grab my jacket too because it's starting to get a little chilly out here. That's why I'm doing a fire pit later. Dr. Frankenstein in the house. I'll be right back.
Okay, sorry guys. I just got to put this light over the side of the boat real quick. Don't fall in the water. Oh, there's opens a boat behind me. Okay, now drift again. Oh no, that was a vehicle somewhere. So I have to worry about that boat, I guess. Getting there. Okay. I thought that video, my hair is caught in my lip gloss. I thought that video of Mike's was part of my boat. I was like, I don't have that over here. Like, I was looking for, like, I don't know. It was so weird. Like, it looked like I was in a bigger boat, like, and that there was a seat over here beside me. Like, I don't know. It was so weird. Sorry, I'm letting y'all into the inner workings of my brain. It's not always the smartest things that go on in there, but okay. A very fashion forward fisherwoman. Fashion forward? Are you talking about my butterfly outfit from the other day? When I seen my mom after that, she was laughing. She said, I wasn't laughing at you. She said that was just a very you thing to do.
Hey, what's going on, James?
Okay. Now that you're back, I'm going to mute it and move up the lake some.
Okay. hold my phone and scroll, see if I missed anybody. Small town. What's going on, small town? Everybody else was there, right left. All right. If you can't hear me there still, Alicia, Sandy likes her makeup. She says she's glad she ain't the only one that puts it on.
Yeah, all I have on though, like the tiniest little bit of foundation, and just like I couldn't find my mascara, which is my good luck charm that I always bring with me. But I found some like old crusty mascara. I don't really know, but it was old, and I stuck it on because like I have to have my mascara. It's my staple when I go fishing, but it didn't used to be. But like one day I wore it and I did really well, and I was like, yeah, I have to wear my makeup. But if I'm on YouTube, yeah, you're just pretty much going to know that I'm going to put makeup on, or at least that I had it on. Like, there's been a couple of times I've been in the rain and had raccoon eyes, and like, or the 107-degree weather, and it sweated off. But yeah, I'm definitely going to at least try to make myself look like something. Something poking me in the jacket. Okay, I'm going to go to get you on mute. I got to find my little spotlight too.
All righty. I will be talking, but I'm just letting you guys do your stuff there. No need to entertain when you're entertaining yourself for now. By the way, Alicia, if you can't hear me, I asked my lady what time we're doing the fire pit. She said probably around 8. So if you're going to be out there a while and you need me to stay up here with you, I got you for at least until 8 my time. Hey, hell yeah, Troy. I mean, it's the only way to go when you smoke as much as I do. I spend about $22 for a whole carton. I mean, 4 cartons. I
Yeah,
spent
well, I was
22.
in the lake. Not really. You just almost went in the bottom of the boat, but the thing tipped over. I forgot that what I had this thing sitting on was what was holding the tripod up. Anyways, okay, back to mute now that I've got everything.
All right. Yeah, those ones got in the other night. Was it Sunday you caught those? How do you like yours, Dan? Do you just do like nuggets or fillets, or you mix it up? What do you do with your catfish? I like blackening mine from time to time, serving it up over some rice. Just fillet them. Catfish chowder is awesome, says Sunfish. Josh. I still say StreamYard needs to let the host highlight comments too. I mean, not host, but the co-host, whatever you call it. I see a motoring. Has Kevin popped up there? Hey, Kenneth. Oh, no, that's probably because she's boating away, huh? Yeah, I was over there too, Dan. I was bouncing between Kelly's show with Tim, and then bouncing over there for a minute, and then bouncing back over to Tim. But I seen Alicia live. I figured I'd pop in and show some love, and I heard her say something about the chat being hard to read. I figure, hey, I'll come help out for a little bit. I can always watch the replays. Oh, I like ceviche. I do mine with I like shrimp and scallops. Yeah, she's muted while she's boating. Has she stopped boating? I can't see through the chat screen. Yeah, she's still boating, I think. Because when you get to flying on that boat, if you got your microphone on, it's just going to create a lot of.
So I still have it going a little bit, but I've turned it down. But I thought I would ask you all because for me, I really don't care. I don't have a direction to how I'm doing this today. But should I go over toward like open water? I've got 3 ideas of what I could do. So I could go back to my island, is what I call it. It's not really island, but where I was at the other day, and I could set up for carp there, and like pull my boat up on the bank, and but still be able to fish my open water for my bigger catfish and stuff like that too. Or should I just go out into the open water, or should I go into this cove over here that's got like a bunch of stick ups and stuff like that? Like, what do you all think that I should do? Just because it doesn't matter to me, I'm down for whichever. I thought I would make it interactive. So I get one vote for the island. Go to that one spot.
Dan knows a secret. He said go to that one spot. Unless he's cracking a.
So I don't know what she's talking about, but I've got structure. Now there is structure. By the way, I should say this. What's the depth? Nothing around here is deep. Okay. So everything at like the deepest, maybe depending on where I went. Like I guess I could go down to like 14 foot or 12 foot, but I'm not going that far. But most of it is going to be around the range of 3 foot to 7 foot. Like a lot of 5 foot, I guess. Like, I mean, it just depends on where you're going, but there is structure at the island.
3B in the house. I always say structure is the best for everything. I mean,
there's a cove over there. But I've only fished in it one time, but I got freaked out because it was nighttime and it was foggy and there were crazy animal noises and I was by myself.
Yeah, sounds like the island's what everybody's going for. And that sounds, you're saying there's structure there plus an island. Usually you're going to have that slope coming off the island under the water. So you're going to have that on top of structure too. That's probably your best bet.
Yeah, like I've recently looked on my thing and I saw like places where there's like, you know, deep holes that are near the shallow water and stuff too. Like I've been studying a whole lot and it's like free navionics or navionics. Sorry, Daniel. I call it navionics because that's what it was introduced to me as here on YouTube. But it shows the depth of the entire lake, and so I've been trying to study that. Like I have a fish finder, but that's been a learning experience. But I'm going to make it back to the island, I guess, since that's what it seems to be. Yeah, there are flathead here. I've just currently only caught one, but there are flatheads to be caught. But I'm going to leave it to Mike's for a minute.
Yeah, I was going to say that's what Kenneth was asking, but you saw it. Yeah, it seems like the island is the way to go as far as the chat's concerned. Tina Ladybug in the house. What's going on, Tina? Lee Evans, Catfish, Kentucky. What's going on, Leetta? Thanks for popping in. Yeah, Kenneth is pretty much agreeing too, saying go to the structure. You're saying the island has the structure. Anybody just popping in, she's on the move right now. She's about to head over to her island spot. She was asking the chat what they think she should do. She gave them a couple options. Everybody was saying island, island, island. Let me clear my notifications up here. Just all your average chit chat going on with the hellos to everybody there. Seems like everybody's doing good, Lee. Thanks for asking. I'll let them speak for themselves, though. I'm doing good. Hope you're doing good as well, man, as well as everybody else. Yeah, she's got some pretty scenery going on there, Kenneth. I know she's got some worm, and I heard her say something about minnows, or as Becca would say, miners. I think she said she has something for carp too, but the current wasn't really agreeing with that. When she gets back, I'll try to remember to ask. I know I heard worms and minnows for sure. I don't think she's put any minnows out yet, though. And if I recall right, what I think she was doing was trying to target different sizes, like to prepare for the tacticat. She's trying to catch a donkey. I'm not sure. I can't even see through the chat how fast she's flying. So let's try. It looks like trolling. Man, that is beautiful. That is a beautiful scenery there. Yeah, it looks like a trolling motor, obviously. Kind of looks slow.
Yeah, I don't have the trolling motor down in the water right now, but my flashlight is not bright enough to see the bank, so I have new batteries that I'm sticking in it because I'm getting I'm real close over here and I don't want to pass it. But I've almost got them in now. The thing that's glowing is my fish finder, but it's not on the right screen. I'm sitting in a spot where I've so far caught my biggest catfish since I've had my boat. but it's not a huge one, but just the biggest I've got so far.
What's going on, Poppy 9? Poppy 9 House says, "What's up, Alicia and Mike?"
Hi, Puppy 9. Oh, I got fish jumping out here. Okay. Oh, got to mute you. Sorry.
Lee Evans says, "Need to drop out a bait, troll it down, foot off the bottom." I know some guys caught fish Saturday like that. Damn. Dan wants to know if anybody knows how to overpopulate a river. Competition is going. Kenneth Takedown says, "Alicia, you gonna get that new PB tonight, girl?" And this is awesome. It's gonna be a perfect night for a fire pit out here. Me and my girl gonna hang out a little while.
So I've got you all hooked up, but even though you're hooked up to a battery, the battery is still dropping. So I don't know what's going on with that. Wait, you may be in the wrong hole though in the thing. So let me just remember to keep an eye on this throughout this live and see.
I'm not even. No, Kenneth. I'm just sitting in the backyard. I'm gonna do a fire pit with my lady after this, or by around 7:30 or 8. I'm not touching that comment you just said about the wrong hole, though. That's all I'm saying. See,
It's
even
not a
Lee woke up. He
flashlight.
said, "Wait, what? Wrong what?"
It's a. I don't know where the thing is to show you what it is, but
Dan. Yeah, we all picking up on what she was accidentally putting down.
what, did I say something? I didn't know it was
Yeah.
me we were laughing at.
You said, "Oh, it's in the wrong hole."
Oh, the charger.
Yeah.
Lord. I got to get you all pulled up on the bank. I'm slightly. Oh, Lord. So, okay. Okay. Sorry. This is the fun part about a little boat. Fun to walk in it. And you got all the stuff in it. Oh, sorry. Styrofoam cooler.
Yeah, take down the next time I'll be out of Thursday night for Jody's weekly competition thing that's been going on. At least to my knowledge, could randomly just damn time out.
I should have muted you. This might be loud. But I'll try to not do it loudly.
The Evans told Dan. Oh, wait. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Or is
Oh,
the
look, it
echo
got
gone?
quiet.
Nope. What the heck?
When I used to ask my dad and I used to ask my dad if he was talking to himself, he'd say, "Never talked to a better feller." So I guess I picked it up from him. I don't know. Trying to figure out what I did with that rod. What the heck? Oh, here it is. Because I'm going to get you all set up over there in a second, but I'm going to throw this rod that's already baited out and and in a rod holder real fast so that I'm already in the water before I do that.
Small pond says I'm big water. 2 old vets is in the house. What's going on there?
Oh, I got the wrong one. Too many fishing rods with me.
The echo seems to be in. Or is it?
Hmm? Try not to get my socks wet that I just put on. They're the only ones that I brought with me. Oh, almost went in the water. Okay, now. Oh, let's see another in here again. Oh, yeah, I guess yes. It's just we're both black, dark screens now. Okay.
All right, let me go get a light. Is the echo gone? If I'm still echoing now, I guess I'll just call it. I don't know why it keeps echoing with only one app open.
Is it mine again?
I don't know. I left and came back.
Well, I'll mute me for now and see, but don't leave for a second.
All right. Am I echoing? No, I don't sound to be echoing now. It seems to be me. except for when she mutes herself, I'm not echoing. So it might be her this time. I'm going to go get my light either way because it's dark out here. But if I'm echoing afterwards...
Well, do you want me to leave and then come back in, or let you get your light first?
Yeah, you go ahead and try it. I'm going to grab my light while you're gone. So technically, I'll still be up here.
I can't see it. I can't see the screen anymore. So I'm here, but I'm going to leave and come back in because I don't know what it's doing now. Oh, well, now I'm no longer on the, what you call it, the, I can't think, the desktop view. But it's all more. Yeah, you'll see me in a minute, I think. Like, I've got ring light, I've got everything set up to be able to do it, but I've got to get a battery brought over here first. Like, it's going to be a few things that I got to do to get it set up. But we're getting closer and closer. So I got to get the battery so the phone doesn't. Yeah, I have lights, but it'll be just a second. Now, still gotta go get my other rods. My thing with bait in it, but I got the battery at least. Let's see.
There we go. Invisible again. Echo sound's gone. No, it doesn't. Am I echoing? All right. I don't hear it. Hamming down. What's going on? Make sure my lighting is good. No echo. All right. I don't know what's up there. Hey, Chris Olselton, what's up? I don't know why we can sit there and talk and everything's fine, and then all of a sudden the echo just kicks in out of the blue. All right. What did I miss while I was out there? Is she still up here, or is she on the move? Or
I'm bringing my
it looks like she's looking for a light.
had to come back over with the rods. Getting closer to being there.
Cool, cool. We almost synchronized then. You almost there, and I'm just back. Anybody else who popped in while we was out getting situated? Appreciate you. Dan Thompson in the house. And good evening to everybody. What's going on, Dan? Dishes out the boat there trying to get set up with their lighting. It's so weird how crickets close to you are annoying, but when you hear them on video, they're kind of relaxing. When they get inside the house, I get real irritated with them. Oh shit, really, Dan? Oh, excuse my language. Really, Dan? So am I. Springfield, Illinois here, man. Dan says he's in Central Illinois. I'm right smack dab in Springfield. El Paso, I've heard of it. That's like a smaller town, isn't it? I've heard of it. I ain't never been there though. I'm from Peoria. Been down here about 20 years though. Almost 20. Luther says he's in Fayetteville, Arkansas. About an hour north. So yeah, that's probably where I've heard of it. Because like I said, I'm from Peoria, which is about 45 minutes from here. So yeah, and Bloom. Yeah. That's probably what I heard. Oh, here comes the echo. Dang it. Alicia, I'll be back in a few.
Okay, I'm back.
All right, I'll be back in a few. I just started hearing the echo again. Or wait, did it leave? No, it's still there. I'll be right back.
Okay. Hold on. Once I set that down. We're doing a little bit better off than I am right now. I can't see with that bright old ring light though. Gotta get it turned down and turned around and all that stuff. The good thing about this setup that I've got going on compared to how it was in the tournament, if I lose the ring light, then I know my phone's not charging. It's all one together, so. I'm trying to get this to where you can maybe see me in the rods, I'm not sure. Might be asking too much, but that's what I'm definitely gonna try to get in the shot. No, tripod's loose. Oh, that undid it. Nope, wrong button. Sorry, forgot what I was doing. Oh no, now I don't know how to do it. Getting there. Yeah. I only have the one rod right there right now, but hey Chris and Dan and Hand Me Down and Rob and not sure who else is still in here. Where I'm not on the desktop view anymore, I can't see I can only see the 4 chats or whatever again. Cannot see what I'm doing though with that light in my eyeball. No, I don't know what I did with. Oh, I probably left it over there. I have glow in the dark, or not glow in the dark, but light up bobber. And I think that must be the bag that I dropped a second ago and I stuck back in the boat. What the heck? It's right there on top, so I guess I could go get it. But then maybe, well, I know you can. You can see the bobbers that are out there. Oh, I got them. Ignore everything I just said. Just have to find that rod now. Got multiple things out here. Oh, it's different now than it was.
Is the echo still
I've
there?
just gotten myself used to the. I don't know. Let's check with chatters. See what they say. Is there an echo, guys?
Are you guys getting the feedback? Nope. It's clear again. I don't know what's going on with that. Like sitting here doing the chat, everything's clear, and then just all of a sudden out of the blue, it starts echoing.
I have no clue. It's weird. Like, I mean, I've seen it on so many so many people's feeds though. Like, it happens to a lot.
No, Dan, she is on Taylorsville Lake. She's in a different area than me. I'm just chilling in my backyard. She was going live, wanted a little help with the chat, so I popped in. But yes, I do fish Lake Springfield all the time.
I'm pretty sure that that's the lake that Epic Tim told me was kind of like a sister lake to this one. That like they're built a lot the same. They're like the depths are the same. Like they're both Army Corps of Engineer lakes, or maybe that was Shelby. Can't remember.
Shelbyville is awesome.
I don't know which one of the two though that it was that he said. Look how curly my hair is. I was talking about. Sorry, and then he asked if it was cut. No, it's just humidity likes to shrink my hair. But anyway, sorry. But one of those two lakes he said is like my lake.
Yeah, our lake is a max depth of 32 feet.
How much is Shelbyville? That one.
Shelbyville, I can't remember. I did post a Wikipedia about it one time. I believe it's deeper. It might be something
But
like
ours is 70. So maybe that's the one that's the twin to ours.
Yeah, it's probably Shelbyville. That's a
But
much
down
better.
here at this point, like it's not real deep. But about the dam, Hi, Buck.
Buck Williams in the house. Come on, Buck.
Well, now, okay, so I think I did solve the problem because I had 65% a minute ago. Like it had dropped down to that. And then I switched the holes, remember? but but now I have 68%. So, and it was been unplugged for a while, so it's going up again. So, well, okay. Okay, you all can see it. See the red dot? Oh, I'm not chunky. The red dot. That's so weird. That feels wrong to point that way. But yeah, that's my bobber out there. Like, I can't find it. Anyway. So you all will be able to see that. Now this rod, I just got you moved a little bit, but once I move you back, you can see that one rod that I've got out like in a holder. And then
Chris Osselson says Shelbyville 65. So yeah, that's your sister lake, not mine.
Yeah, because he was helping me out with some stuff and looking at some stuff, and he was just saying that it was like just like that lake, but it was that one.
Yeah, and the Mackinac River. Yeah, Dan, I definitely know your area, buddy. Like I said, I'm from Peoria, so I was up there. I'm down here in Springfield now, but I definitely know the bodies of water you're talking about, Evergreen Lake and the Mackinac.
Where's Luther at? Cowboy catfishing Luther.
Luther is in Arkansas. Lafayette, I think, if I recall right. But Arkansas, he mentioned it a little while ago back in chat.
Gotcha. So I live in between this lake here and Beaver Lake, but not that Beaver Lake that he's talking about. Like Beaver Lake is just a few minutes up the road on the other side of my house. And it is not 600, 800 foot deep. I have no clue how much it is, but it's a tiny lake. Like it's definitely, there's no way in heck it goes that deep. But like you can't even use I can use my motor because it's just a 2.5. But it's like no wake, like you can't use your full power motor on most boats there, but
I can't even imagine a 600 to 800 foot lake.
I
don't even know if I could call that a lake. Or Fayetteville, that's what it was. I said Lafayette, it's Fayetteville. I had the state right, but hey, William Pork Chop in the house. What's going on, buddy?
Pork Chop. Sorry. Let's see what I can do with these rods over here. Throw me a bluegill out. I didn't get them all tangled around each other.
So you got bluegill too. That's what I forgot to ask earlier when you went boating. There was a question asked and it said what bait was you using. I remember you said minnows and night crawlers, but you got bluegill too?
I got a few different kinds of worms, like different green worms and red worms and night crawler, and then I got bluegill and minnows and Wheaties and some dough balls that Sandy made me, and corn, and I mean, like, I got a buffet for real.
Man, you came out with as much bait, as many rigs that Jeremy ties.
I'm just saying. But we don't have a limit here, like.
Yeah.
So, you could set up a million different poles, like every which way. I can't get my rods unhung. Oh, I got it now. These always remind me of those redneck nuts hanging off the back of the trucks.
Truck nuts?
Yeah, that's what these remind me of. Truck nuts every time. Like, can't help it. So let's focus on. Oh, I think that is my. No, I don't know from looking at it. You'd think I knew. No, that's not it. I've got one with the Uncle Lou's hook on it that I wanted to try out.
I hear they're pretty sharp.
What's that?
I said, I hear those are pretty sharp. I
Yeah.
didn't get any of those yet. I just got the 2 rods. I haven't checked out the equipment yet. But
Oh, this is the Uncle Lou's rod. I mean, the Uncle Lou's hook.
Hey, what's going on? Outdoor Jack popping in.
Hello, Outdoor Jack. Oh, the red rod is Rippin' Lips. That one I won from James Kirkpatrick before they started Anglerholics, I believe.
Two of it is hollering at Daniel for a little help on the axle welding. Looks like.
Oh, I got a bite, so I guess I should throw this this bluegill back in the bucket. Oh, something's running with my night crawler here.
Get it, girl, get it.
It hasn't taken it under, but it ran with it for a minute, but it's still going with it, so.
Oh, the bobber?
Yeah, it's running. See it moving? Oh, yeah, now bob down. Come on.
I gotta take the chat off.
Oh, yeah, no, it's coming.
Oh, yeah, it's moving.
I went too soon. Like, I was afraid it was going to eat all that worm off. It might have just been a bluegill. Oh, man. Let me see what it did. Like, it was stripping it, so it's a good thing I got it, because it was about to, like, have it completely off of here. I could just tell the way, like, there's certain fish, like, you can tell by the way the bobber runs, like, that they're still in your bait. You know what I mean? I don't know if you know what I'm talking about, but.
Yeah, you're standing there sucking your worm off.
Yeah, like, it's never going under. It's not bobbing under. It's not, you know what I mean? Like, and it's running, but it, like, kind of does this weird zigzag of a run. I don't know how to describe it, but, like, that's when your worm is, like, getting just sucked off. Like, they're just, like, working their way around it and moving. I don't know. I feel like it's evolution or something. Oh, no, my bobber is not glowing. Now it is again. Oh, something's already messing with it again, so.
That's some clean late night fun there. And it's not even late night yet.
Okay, now I gotta get my bluegill again. Oh, here he is. I guess I'll throw him up there live because, you can always start that way. You can't start the other way and bring it back to life.
Yeah, she is, Dave. That's why I left too. Really, good things. I was watching them come over and help out for a minute. Alicia's awesome. Dan Thompson says this lady is all right. Welcome back, Dan. So he just got back. He was helping his dad move trailers around. If you missed it, 2 Vet said he's got a question for you about some welding on some axles. Is what it sounded like you said.
I have to rethrow that one out. It's came back up to the bank too close here. But let's see. I gotta find a rod holder for this. I'm gonna use that one that's right beside me. I think this one fits in it. I can't tell. It might need the other kind of rod holder, but we'll figure it out in a second. Let's see if I can pass it out over these 2 rods and under these 3 trees and not hanging in.
Oh, you need to there.
Nope. My thing closed on me. You know what though? My fish is still fine, so it's all right. Gotta check and see why it did that though. Okay, that's good. I was trying way hard to not get caught on the top of these rods or on the bottom of these trees. Like I have a very small window. Okay. Well, I threw that out and this bobber went running. I don't know if this rod will fit in that rod holder. Nope, too wide. Gotta use the other kind, and I gotta find it. Could just fit it in those tree roots or whatever over there. But until then, I'll find this other rod holder. Oh no! Oh, here it is. Oh, yep, that's going. I got too many things going on at one time. That's got to be a bluegill. If not, I'll be real surprised. But whatever it is playing with it, all kinds of funny.
It was cracks me up when I reel a bluegill in and his eyeballs are bugged out of his head because they got smacked too hard by a catfish.
Oh gosh, yeah.
You bring them in, check your bait, and you're like, oh yeah, I see some scales missing here, and then the eyeballs are puffed out like guppy eyeballs. You're like, oh yeah, he got hit hard.
I'm moving that in. It's getting me too close to those tree roots, and I'm not trying to get hung up and I have to go over there and get it out. Plus, I can now put this one on the other rod holder with that brought in. Okay. I don't have a bell on there. I just realized that. I've got bells in the boat. I think I've got some here.
Your boy Troy says, hey, sorry, pork chop, aka William, of course. About to drop you in the grease. Cooking pork chops for dinner.
Well, y'all gonna make me hungry now. Sorry, pork chop. Oh, what was that? Okay, I don't know what that sound was, but I guess there's nothing. I thought it was my rod falling out or something. Wonder what that was. I'm sure y'all didn't hear it, but.
And William said he had a pork chop tonight too.
Yeah, I want to know how he got the nickname.
He's a master chef at cooking them pork chops. Maybe. I don't know. How'd you get that nickname, pork chop? Inquire minds want to know.
Was it Brent that asked me what rod this red one was?
What was the last question?
Like he asked what rod this red rod was, and then I didn't see if he ever wrote back past that because I got up and was doing stuff.
Oh, yeah, might have been one of those way too during one of my leave sessions. I don't know.
No, it was just a minute ago while I was sitting down right here in front of the camera.
Oh, I missed that one. My bad.
I answered it and I told him it was a Rip and Lips rod I got from James Kirkpatrick before they were anglerholics. Or if they were, I sure didn't know it.
William says he got that nickname from a real good friend.
But not going to tell us why. But
yeah.
So now we know who at least.
Are you sure it was a good friend? Was he calling you fatty around the edges? I mean, how good was this friend?
Hopefully I didn't pass over that other line. I got these rods real close together where y'all could, I was going to try to get it to where y'all could see it better, but I might pay for that later.
Yeah, I do remember you saying the words ripping lips. I don't know if it got answered or anything. I missed that one. I call
her
her.
green. Oh,
Yeah, there you go.
I call her green bean, and she called me pork chops. Pork chops.
Do you
Yes,
have?
his name is his
Yeah.
channel name. What you see right there on the bottom of his picture.
Yeah, my channel name is my actual chat name, Mike's Fishing Home. Hey, Skelly in the house. What's going on?
Hey, Skelly.
We out here. I saw you posted something while I was up here co-hosting for her, and I'll check it out later. I'm gonna do a little fire pit with my lady tonight and stuff. But before I go to bed, I'm probably gonna veg out like I normally do and check out some videos. And obviously, I'm gonna hit yours up, Skelly. I always like your stuff, man.
He posted a little short video earlier. It was the scenery was so pretty.
Yeah, I like his little, like I said, the little biking vlog that he does where he travels around. That's some noise. Oh, it's in the house. But yeah, he got them basically video blogs where he runs around town, just random stuff, nice scenery, random people,
Yeah.
landmarks, and all that stuff. Good content.
Well, that's cool. Pork chop.
I was her husband, the best man at their wedding. Cool, cool. Rob says he may go out tomorrow, but if I don't, or if I do it, won't be until it warms up a little bit.
Yeah, it'll be getting pretty cold here tonight. Like, well, I haven't even. I don't think I looked that far in the future, but I'm sure it will, just because last night was really cold.
Yeah. Well, Sandy earlier said it's supposed to get pretty chilly tonight. She knows your area and stuff. Y'all are close or whatever. So yeah, she said it's supposed to get chilly there tonight.
Yeah, she's like not the next town over, but the next town or next town. I don't know. I'm not really sure if you can connect. She's either two towns away or 3 towns away from me, but it's not that far. Like most of it, like you hop on the interstate and you're right there.
So she's a couple towns or the next county.
Okay. Yeah, like I don't really know. Like I don't know if they connect. Like I think that Frankfort and Georgetown connect, but I'm not sure. But if not, then you have to go through Versailles a little bit to get to Georgetown. But I don't think so. I think I'm just making crap up in my head. Well, there's Midway is in between Frankfort and Georgetown, I think, but or maybe that's in between Frankfort and Versailles. I have no clue.
Yeah, Skelly.
But they're all close. That's all I know.
All right, Alicia, I probably got about 15, 20 minutes here before I'll cut out because me and my girl, like I said, are going to have a little fire pit tonight. She said between 7:40 and 8. It's 7:15 now, so I got about half hour max here with you still. And then I'll bounce out after that. But I just want to get a heads up, kind of like when you play poker, you don't win a big pot and walk away. You say, hey, I'm going to play about a half hour and then I'm out of here. So I got you for about a half hour if you need me up here. And then after that, I'm going to take off. All right.
Yeah, sounds good to me.
Yeah.
I mean, if they're not biting, who knows? Like, who knows what I'll do? I mean, yeah, I'm here for now. That's all I know. So I'm not sure how long I'm going to do it. I just wanted to see if I had service down there, and I did accomplish that at least. But
oh yeah, your service has been great. So you definitely know you got a service spot.
Yeah. Well, this spot is where I did the tournament with Rob, so I knew this one did, but the first place I wasn't sure, but it did work, so that was good.
Yep. Man, just act like the rest of us professional catfishers. Sit there and skunk all night and take it like a champ. Have fun with the chats and have fun until you can't have no more fun.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'll stick around and do it. Like, and then if somebody else wants to come up too after you leave, like I can throw them
Yeah.
on. It's just, you can't watch your rods as well, like especially if you're staring into a ring light, into a camera. You know what I mean? Like, but at least now I have rods set up. Like when I first went live, I wasn't really set up for what I needed to do, and I was trying to see the chat, and I was trying to, like work the boat and not get hit by the other boats coming up the river, and
Lucky Ronnie says, "Hey, if you find my planer boards, grab it for me."
Oh no, where'd you lose them at?
She's already got them tucked into her backpack. Like, hey, look what I found today.
No, there was somebody who was supposed to be making me custom planer boards, and then I never. Well, Lee Evans knows like who I'm talking about, but like I never got them, so I don't know what's going on with that. But um, one day I would like to order some from Uncle Lou, but I don't have any planer boards. But I'm not going to take Ronnie's either. But
Hey Dan, I saw that comment on my other little pop-up thing. Appreciate it, brother. I'll check you out too soon. Yeah, I've seen some of those planer boards in action on like the boats and stuff. They look like a great thing to give you that spread out from the back of the boat.
Oh, he just left. So I saw
Hey,
Ryan's truck here. Were
we got
you with
Tim in
Ryan?
the house,
Ronnie?
by the way.
Sorry.
You
He
got
said,
you got Mr. Epic Tim in the house.
or maybe it was his truck because they both work the same place, but I thought it was Ryan's truck. But like at the end of the parking lot, like the speaking of Tim, there we go. There's
That's what I
Epic.
said. You got
I missed
Epic
it.
Tim
You
in
were
the
saying
house.
that. Like you were saying that as I was talking to Ronnie, but um I was trying to figure out where his planer boards are because like there was one boat that just went there and left. I don't know if that was him, but if so, thanks for saying hi. No, I'm just kidding. But one boat just went by. Um, but I didn't know. He said the end of the parking lot. I'm trying to figure out if he's talking about like the far end, like where the loop is, or like where you put your boat in, or yeah, I thought that was Ryan's truck because I was parked like diagonally from him. But he didn't have a trailer behind it, so I was like, is he really here? Like I knew he was. I was like, he's not bank fishing. He must. And I really thought I was like, he must be with Ronnie, but I don't know. I know Ronnie's boats, but not his truck.
Yeah, I'm gonna go back later on, Tim, there and watch the rest of that campfire story because I love your storytelling, man. You're awesome at it. I watched I think the first 20-25 minutes of it before I came over to hear it up out of Alicia, but I'm gonna go back and watch the rest of it.
No, I'm hung up on this freaking root.
You're a wealth of knowledge for anybody on the catfishing, hunt. And then also on top of that, you tell stories better than Morgan Freeman.
I just realized I'm gonna have to go over there, and I'm trying so hard not to, but I'm hung up on a little tree root. Look, okay, gotcha. Was there any other boats still out here, or was I the last one? Oh,
She's hung up on a planer board.
Well, I'm gonna go get it for him. I just didn't know if there's somebody else that was here that might have got it, but like, I'll definitely pick it up for him.
Oh yeah, that's what it's about, man.
Oh man, I'm totally gonna get caught in this mud and another one, but no, I'm not another one. I'm so wrapped around this little root. Come on. This is a real pretty sight, but hurry. Get it in home.
Rob from 208 says someday I'll tell the story of my saintly Nana and how she ran on top of water.
Well, Tim, we love hearing your experiences, and I love getting more knowledge and learning and figuring this out more. Like, oh, I kicked my rod. But But yeah, even yesterday, like I was picking up more stuff that I was able to use um, when he was on there talking with Daniel. I just keep
Oh
adding a
yeah,
little bit more
the
to
Sunday when Daniel was fishing and he popped up there. Yeah,
Was that not yesterday? I have no concept of time.
yeah. That was Sunday. I remember just because it happened to be that day where I was watching Dan and I saw Tim was about to come up, but it was that night that I was going out. So I was like, all right, I'll see y'all later. So I'm definitely gonna catch that replay too. But yeah, it was the only night I could get out over the 3 days that I'm off. So I had to go out and do my thing. So but yeah, I'm gonna watch that one.
Yeah.
But I was
Yep.
watching all the way up until that point when like he said, "Oh yeah, give me a few minutes, I'll be up there." But it was just the bad timing as far as for me personally, I had to go.
Right. I got an owl out here hooting.
Hey, y'all hear that? Snake River and Skelly, she's got an owl out there.
What if I can move this rod holder? Y'all might not be able to see it as well, but I decided I wanted to not have to be stuck between two other rods with that one. Oh. So Tim, Mike's is leaving me here in a little while. So if you feel froggy and want to jump, you can always come in here and and talk to me and
I love
educate.
the little name, Friendly Froggy Jim.
All right.
One of my favorites.
Yeah. Come in here and educate me and
Lucy's mom is
the
in the
viewers.
house.
Who is? Oh, hi, Mom.
Your
I'm glad to
mom.
know you're alive. Like she went to Lexington and she stayed up there and she didn't let us know she made it. So I was after my live gonna message her and be like, "You did make it, right? Like this wasn't tonight. This was last night, or no, yesterday morning that she left." We figured that we would have heard something, I guess, if she wasn't okay, but because she was going to meet my aunt. But glad to know you're alive. I'm back on the island. That's not really an island. It just feels like it. I don't know.
She says she sent you a message. Did you get it?
No, unless there's
Mr. Tim from Epic Catfish says, I'm still pinching myself at how awesome y'all are. The passion and the thirst for knowledge is unparalleled.
yeah, definitely like want as much of it as I can get. Like I've been like trying to zero in on, like how to get bigger catfish and more catfish and stuff like that. But like, I mean, I'm interested in all things fishing. Not it didn't even just have to be the catfishing, but catfishing is the one that I really want to get like bigger personal best. You know what I mean? Like I want pictures of me holding monsters, and you know what I mean. Like I want to bring them in, and I want a slimed up, disgusting shirt. Like.
Well,
But
maybe you'll get lucky and during the Tacticat, you'll get a PB and then a better PB that can wipe out the old PB and keep going from there.
that was what my goal was for the ladies iron cat, but it sure didn't happen. I didn't catch a single fish. But nobody in Kentucky, none of the Kentucky lady anglers did. So
Yeah,
that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah,
Kind of
2-0
happy.
bets. That's why for my first one, I didn't even try to announce or anything. I just did it. He's mentioning how like the numbers go up and down for like a giveaway. And that's why sometimes when I watch a giveaway, but I'm too busy to actually be in there and having a lot of fun, I usually don't even enter them. I don't put the hashtag in because I'm there to support, not to just grab. He's been going up and down. He says basically after his tournament for the giveaway part. I've noticed that too, man.
Bluegrass state of mind. Fellow
Hello,
people.
bluegrass.
I moved my light around a little bit. When I fished in one of the tournaments, I think it was the 7 to 7. I had a light on like this when I was sitting close to the bank, and like my bites quit. And I was like, I don't know if they're just not used to the light, I don't know. So now I'm trying it again to see if that's what's going on. That's why I'm not getting any bites on all these different setups right now. But
Epic says, if you want that, Alicia, follow the mantra.
what I've been doing for sure. Got the coyotes going now.
All right, Alicia, I will go ahead and probably relinquish my little help out part here, and you can go ahead and see if you can get some else up there or whatever. If not, I'm sure you'll be able to handle it now because you're more situated and in the boat and settled down. So even if not, I'm sure you'll be good. I appreciate you having me up here to help you out for a little while.
Yeah, it was fun. Thank you for coming in and helping me with the chat
Oh yeah, no problem.
and hanging
And
out.
everybody who did show up in chat and support Alicia, much appreciated. And Mike's Fishing Home, checking out for now because I'm gonna hang out by the fire pit with my lady in a little bit. Have a good night, everybody. I might be back on later myself, but if not, whatever. I'll see y'all whenever.
Yeah,
Have a
I
good
have no
night,
clue how
everybody.
long they'll go. Like sitting here talking to myself, we'll see how long I can.
I'm
You know
sure
what I
you'll
mean?
get somebody up there.
Yeah.
We love you. You're
Oh
gonna
wait,
get
let me get that link again real quick. And oh, I don't know. Let me see if I know how to do it now. Can you actually do it for me?
here. Let me send it to your private chat. Well, you know what? I'm gonna bounce out and then come into your
I was gonna
chat.
say you
I can
should be able
paste
to
it
get it
from there.
from.
I
Can
have
do
it.
it. Yeah, I was gonna say if you could do that,
Give me
put it.
2 seconds.
Wait, are you? I don't know if you're my moderator. You should be.
Uh,
But because I haven't gone live enough recently, that I don't know if you are.
all
So I
right.
need to figure out how to do it. But wait,
Hit the guest button. You'll see the little thing that says
Daniel is.
guest. Hit that. Then hit invite guest.
I know it's just different on
Then
here.
click
Like,
copy.
yeah, I know how to copy that, and then
Hold your finger in the chat screen in the little go back to more. Then hit chat. And then hold your
I
finger.
don't have chat there. Oh, post a comment.
Right. Yeah. Or yeah. Post comment. Sorry.
Yeah,
Hit post comment. Hold your finger down.
yeah. I'm trying to make it accept like to let me paste it, but it's not.
You have to go a little higher.
I
You
think
think you should be lower, but if you go up a little
no,
bit,
no way.
that's where the text field's actually at.
I don't know. Oh, that was the problem. Thank you.
Yes, it's weird. I noticed that too.
Yeah,
It looks like you should be touching here, but what you really should be doing is touching here.
yeah. It's up
It's like
above.
slightly above. Did you get it?
Yeah, it's on there.
All right. Have
Yeah.
a good
So
night,
Daniel,
everybody.
Epic, either both. Snake River Skelly. I don't know who's in here. Whoever wants to come up. Mom sure doesn't know how to come up, so I'm not gonna have her come up. But
Just click the link, Mom, and it will tell you allow microphone and camera, and then you're good to go.
that's all
All
good,
right.
Mom.
All right. I will see you guys later if
Awesome.
I end up popping up here like late night like I do sometimes or the next time I see you. Have a great night, everybody. Catch you something, Alicia.
Oh,
See
so
you guys.
Tim said that he would come in, so that's awesome. Thank you. Yeah, I can talk fishing all night long. So see you, Mike. Yeah, see now it's quiet, but it won't be once Tim comes in. So oh, so Rob, that was for whoever wanted to come in. I mean, like as long as it's a channel that I know, I'm definitely okay with it. If it's a channel I don't know, well, I don't know. Mike's had some issue with some people coming in that shouldn't have came in, but but for the most part, I know the people in my chat. So whoever wants to come on and help me with the chat to where I can watch my rods and my bobber and not have to stare at the phone the whole time. I caught 39.5 on skipjack head. That's the weight. Okay, got a guess. There we go. There we are. Hi.
Hey, Alicia.
Hey.
I'd like to say a couple things about the catfish community.
Okay.
Mike's Fishing Home, wow. Chris Uselton, wow. Wow. Everybody is just so. You guys are blowing me away these days. I mean, 30 years ago, you just had a bunch of jaded catfishermen thinking that you had to, be missing a tooth. Actually, I fit into the catfish crowd better now than I did like 25 years ago.
The catfish helped you fit into the catfish community.
It did. But what I'm saying is, I'm still blown away by all the super intelligent questions. I mean, you guys are, and everybody in the catfish community is they're in different places of evolvement. Like we all evolve, and I
Right.
just got done, explaining some of the failures that I had years ago. And you know what? There's nothing wrong with failures. Failures make you into the person that you're going to be, or the catfisherman you're going to be, or the
Right.
business person that you're going to be, or the husband you're going to be. I mean, my gosh, what's better than that?
Yeah. I've definitely had those failures, but they're what drive me too, though. You know what I mean? Like,
Well, absolutely. I mean,
yeah.
if you can't look at your failures and say, you know what, this is what I used to do, and this is the result I got, and this is what I do now, and this is the result I got. If you can't move forward, then you're not keeping yourself organized.
Right.
And that's the biggest thing that I could say. When you're fishing and you're getting mixed results, and one day you're getting this, and one day you're getting that, and one day you're getting this, and yesterday it was great, and today it's not so good, and all that stuff, you have to ask yourself why.
Right.
If you can ask yourself why and then answer that question, then you're getting somewhere.
Yeah.
Because if you can answer the question of why you did well yesterday or last week or last month, and now you're not doing so well, you know that you can't keep doing the same thing. And you know what? I've ostracated myself many times. Many times. I said, you know what? And I said to myself this. I said, okay, dummy, why did you keep doing the same thing over and over again and expect different results? It just
Right.
can't happen that way. It cannot happen that way. Now, we know one thing. There is a little bit of luck to fishing. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
if it was all a science, if it was all exact science, we'd say, okay, well, we know not to do that again, and then it's going to be immediate result. But you're going to have to play the odds. You're going to have to play the absolute all the way to the top to all the way to the bottom. Okay.
Right.
So when I do that, and I put out that short not too long ago. All you got to do is go catch some donkey baits, put them in your tank, go to the where the catfish of legends live, throw them out, and you're going to catch them. But we all know that's bullshit.
Right.
We all do.
There's no. Yeah, it's not a guarantee.
Exactly. There is no guarantees in fishing. There is no whatever, but it is what you have to bring to the table and how much tenacity you have to accomplish your task. That's the thing that sets fishermen apart. And I'm not saying it's some sort of giant competition, because it's really not. It's all a competition of what you expect for yourself. That's the beauty about fishing. Fishing's a sport, but yet you don't have to beat the team next to you. You just have to beat your own expectations. My expectations are so high, I rarely meet them. They're very high. They've always been high, and I've most always been disappointed in the results of what I've been able to do because I have set the bar high for myself. But that's my personality. I am going to, well, and actually, since I've become old like this, it's actually lower. My expectations are lower of what I can expect on a trip. Although, see, now look at that. Look at that. She's got a float that's all lit up.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, when it hits the water, which right now it's got a little water that's up inside it, but when it hits the water, it makes it glow. It's supposed to last for 30 hours of glow time. Yeah, I mean, I've got a few of them, but they sell them at Walmart for like $2.97. But I love these things.
That's great.
Yeah.
I truly believe this is the best time to be a catfisherman ever.
Oh yeah.
Or woman.
Yeah.
I'm not going to split gender on that. I'm just going to say catfisherman in general.
I call myself a fisherman. I will, when I'm talking about the lady iron cat, that's the only time I ever say lady angler or female angler. Like, I'm a cat fisherman. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. Mm-hmm. I'm also a crappie fisherman and, like other things like that, but it's always fisherman. Like, I don't differentiate the woman part. Like,
that's awesome.
Yeah. Fisher, whoa, man. No.
How many people we got in chat?
10.
All right. So 10. I don't care if it was 5. I would say the same thing. It is all depending on what you want to do in life that you're going to be able to either succeed to your expectations or you're going to fail to your expectations. Now, as a fisherman, if you're out there for the beauty of the day and how things are going and it's nice and everything like that. And I'm not putting that down because it's got a special place in my heart.
Right.
Okay. Because sometimes I don't care if I catch a single fish. It's actually beautiful. And you guys would never know that from watching my YouTube channel because I'm not gonna hold on. Yeah, I'm hitting like stuff that I shouldn't be hitting, but I'm not going to put out a video in which I go out there and go out there and fail miserably unless I've got a story to tell. And yes, I've failed miserably in my life. I have been so. Matter of fact, I went on trips that were epic or were supposed to be epic trips that were so bad. I came back to my home waters and conquered catfish at 3:00 in the morning, in which I was so tired I could barely see straight, just because I was so embarrassed of my own self that I failed that bad that I had to come back and triumph.
Yeah.
Now we've all been there.
Yeah.
But never be embarrassed about trying a new spot. And see that is one thing that if I have one single solitary message to put out there to YouTubers or people that are watching YouTube that are cat fishermen or that are, I don't care if it's bass fishermen. Never be afraid to go out there and do what's new or what nobody's ever done before that, to your knowledge. I'm not saying I've done things I have done things that nobody's ever done before. There's no doubt.
Right.
But that wasn't my goal. My goal was to figure out how I was going to be able to consistently target monsters so that I can do what I do now. And I learned it, and I did it. And you know what? Sometimes you fail. Like we had in probably 3 different
my bobber was under. I caught it in the camera. I was like, the red light disappeared, but there's something on there. Sorry. But
there you go.
It's not. It's running, but it's not like. Oh, come on, go for it. Like, well, it's something little because this is just my bait rod that's got that bobber on there right now. But at least I got one in there.
Nothing wrong with that.
It could be bait. Oh, did it just come off? It just came off. It came off right at the bank. No, I don't like. Okay, so it moved my worm way up here. Let's see if we can see this. Like,
nice.
And so I guess it was like not on the hook, you know what I mean? Like it wasn't on, I don't know, but it was in until it got right to the edge of these tree roots. But anyway,
Alicia, that's fishing.
exactly. Yeah, I'm
That's
throwing it back.
fishing.
I'm totally fine with it. Like, so I don't know if you saw the tournament that I did. I did the carp tournament on Saturday with two old vets, and I had the biggest carp, like the biggest fish I've ever had on the end of my rod. Like I know that it was probably 40 pounds. Like I mean, this thing was massive. I got to see it, but the
Oh,
live didn't
awesome.
get to see it.
Was
But I
it
didn't
carp?
get it in. But I mean, like it just like that's why I have a carp rod out right now because after that I was like, oh, I got to get into that again. I got to catch, you know. But but I've got a catfish. I've got 3 different setups going right now. But I've got more rods that I can even set out more. Um, but anyway, it was massive. Like I mean, I know for a fact like how big it was, but nobody
Yeah.
else got to see it. But it was So
Isn't that
and I
awesome?
didn't beat myself
Isn't
up
that
about it.
awesome?
I got excited
Alicia,
about it.
just
You know?
remember one thing. It's some of the ones that get away that keeps us coming back. It's
Oh yeah,
it's
definitely.
awesome. I mean, I had more big fish get off the line or break the line or get wrapped in the anchor. We had 4 super monsters get off on lives this year.
Yeah.
And I haven't had that happen in years. And it actually drives me a little bit more. Sean and I we were just talking on the phone before I got back on YouTube tonight. And he's like, you know what? He goes, I wish we'd have landed those monsters that we had the availability. You know, we had them on. We just didn't land them. I said, Sean, that's part of the game. I mean, everybody that's watching this right now has lost monsters a time or two. Either we weren't prepared or something was goofy or whatever. And Sean and I are generally prepared, you know,
I was gonna get caught in my other line. I think this is bluegill that's playing.
see, I need a tripod for this thing because I end up just holding it and then I look away and it drops on the floor and all that stuff. But you know what? I do love the passion that everybody has for fishing on YouTube, and it's amazing. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah. Well, I had it before I knew about the community on YouTube. YouTube just gave me another outlet for it and gave me a place where I could learn more, you know, like and so I've always been big into researching and stuff like that. Like I was watching some catfish and carp videos and stuff like that, but I didn't know anything about the live community and stuff.
Sure.
But like I used to research differently, I guess, than I do now. Like I would go and I'd find a whole bunch of just random videos and like a bunch of articles and stuff like that. But I always was doing like hands-on and stuff as well. But now I just feel like I've added to the arsenal of having the YouTube. You know what I mean? Like I can watch people who are bringing in these fish that are way bigger than anything that I've caught and see what they're doing and, you know,
Yeah.
pick up stuff from them. You know.
Alicia, it's never, ever as good as when it happens to you.
Well, yeah. Yeah.
It isn't. You know, you can watch me catch a 130 pounder, you can watch whatever, and you can aspire to that. But once it's on the end of your line in your situation, in your waters, it's never as important. And I hope it never is. I hope that never does anybody watch a video and go, well, I don't need to catch a 100-pounder now, or I don't need to catch a 20-pounder now. You know, and I was hoping that would be the case because, unfortunately, when you get as old and long in the tooth as me, and you've caught lots, well, okay, I haven't caught lots, but I've caught a lot of fish that are over 100 pounds. I've caught tons of fish over 80. And I mean, absolute tons of fish over 70 and 60, and some of them on the same anchor. But does it lose its luster? Yes, it does a little bit. Until you get excited about it again because you can share it. And that's kind of one of the things that, well, okay. Am I catfish ruined? Of course I am. That's where Sean is now. Sean and I just talked about it. He's like, "Yeah, I watched such and such catch that 100-pounder and all that stuff." But he's like, "Dude, I'm like catfish ruined now." But you know what? It's a beautiful place to be. It is not a bad place to be, because at the end of it, at the whole end of it, like tomorrow, Alicia, you're on the Tennessee River, right?
No, Taylorsville Lake.
Okay, so do you fish the Tennessee?
I have not fished it. I'm going to with Pontoon Jody. She's invited me to come down.
Okay.
But
And okay.
remember, this lake is the
let's-
the sister to Lake Shelbyville. Shelby, I think, was the one you said.
Right.
Yeah.
It's generally the same description. But when I say donkey waters, I have a list, and my list is fairly short of fish that you could expect to go catch an 80, 90, 100 pounder, because they just don't really exist that much in other waters.
Right.
Now, not to say that everybody's donkey is going to be 90, 80, 100 pounds, but mine is, because I'm old and I've been doing it a long time. And
I know that they're in here. Like, so,
Yeah.
I mean, Ryan fishes this, but like, I've got pictures of ones that, have been caught in these waters that were definitely 97 pounds. And I guarantee you, if there's 97-pound fish, there's 100-pound fish in here. You know what I mean? Like, there has to.
See this smile? You know what that smile's about?
What's that?
Because you guys are not jaded like me. I love the optimism of that, because I have fished places like Table Rock. I've fished places that haven't been a big producer of 100-pound fish. All right, so but okay, that doesn't mean that they don't exist. You're absolutely right. It doesn't mean that you don't have a shot at them. That doesn't mean that just because I don't have your water on my top 10 list,
right,
I wouldn't be willing to go there and actually fish there. But I would have to say that at some point, and I'm not saying I've grown past it, but I kind of have. I've kind of grown past going almost anywhere else than where I go, because I've fished, I've branched out. I've fished pretty much every tributary of the Mississippi River, from all the way up from like middle Minnesota all the way down past St. Louis. I fished I can't even tell you how many I've fished. And I always had the optimism and never lose that.
Yeah.
Never lose that, because it's always a possibility.
Yeah.
There's always a slight possibility. But the older I've gotten and the less time I have in the world, I'm going to spend a short amount of time knowing what I know in the areas that I have, because they have big monsters in them. I know what lives there, and that's what I say in my videos. I know what lives there. Now, I'm never going to say that in areas I don't expect to catch fish over 70 pounds. But remember one thing. When you're fishing areas like you have, and I think it was Dan the other night, I told him, I said, and I don't remember. Well, yeah, I do. It's the Red River.
Oh, I got something tapping on my carp rod.
There you go.
It's not, it just barely tapped it right now, but like, that's the first time it's made a sound at all. So we'll cross our fingers that something actually hooks up, but.
Well, I'll be quiet and wait then.
You're good. I think it liked you talking.
All right.
That's when it hit.
So.
But yeah, you were talking to Dan. You'll bet Dan to you. Sorry.
And Dan had. Let me turn this whole thing around, because my hand keeps getting in the way. There we go. I was talking to Dan, and I've been listening to Dan talk for quite a while. And once in a while he gets frustrated, and as well he should be, as well he absolutely should be, because he's like, well, I don't really have a whole bunch of monsters available right next door to me, and blah blah blah, and getting on low battery, so I'm going to make this quick.
Okay.
So Rose and I were talking just 30 minutes ago. He said, you know what? He said, if you, meaning me, would have accepted that I couldn't go more than a couple hours from my house, I said it would be no different than what you see in a general live.
Right.
Which, and I say that, yes, I'm lucky to be 4 hours from Monster Waters, but if I was worried, because I'm not a rich guy, I don't have like this superfluous amount of money just to be or whatever, but I save an appropriate amount of money to be able to go to places that I know hold monsters, because
Right.
I could go here and do a live and I'm going to catch 4 channel cats here, or I'm going to go to the Rock River and I might catch a 20-pound flathead, I might catch a bunch of channel cats, blah blah blah. If I'm going to go off the shore, it's going to be a different thing. But generally speaking, if it's your goal to catch big monsters, you're going to have to go to a few places on the planet, unfortunately, because they don't exist everywhere.
Right.
You know, Cooper has some, but it used to have more 25 years ago than it does now. The James has some. It has a few fish, 70, 80, 90, 100 pounds, but not that many. There's a lot of guys fishing it. And they're just, there's a few get caught. I mean, Adam, what's his name? Nautical Pride just put one up. You know, I have faith in a couple of people, but the Tennessee River, as far as 60s, 70s, 80s, and 90s, it's a distinct possibility anytime you go. Now,
Right.
the lake that you're on, I've heard a lot of people talk about it for 30 years. Are there some in there? There is, and I hope you get lucky enough. But with my limited amount of time, I want to go focus on places that I know have, and I'm not saying they're abundant because they're not. You know, even the places I go, a lot of people go, "Oh, it's crawling with them." It's not. It's
Yeah.
still less than 1% population. You have to narrow it down by their habitat, because you could fish where I fish in 9,000 other spots and never catch a fish over 70 pounds. I know that because I did it. I did it years ago because I didn't understand where they live. I didn't understand their habits and their haunts and where they're unwilling to go and where they are willing to go, where they're going to stay.
Yeah.
Well, one of these days, you will, and other people will, and I think that's pretty darn amazing.
Yeah. But yesterday I found a Navionics thing that like was online that I didn't have to pay for, you know, whatever. So like that meant I could actually view it. But it I got something just tapped that. It's probably bluegill, who knows it, but something tapped the carp rod again. Um but anyway, it was a very detailed map of this lake. So I have a fish finder that I was excited about, thinking that I was going to be able to figure out like the channel and like the deep pockets and all this stuff. Well, I don't know anything about that fish finder. Like I need to go read it more and look it up more because I don't know what I'm doing. I mean, I can read and see the depth of where I'm currently at, but like, and you can create waypoints, but I don't even know what waypoints really are. So, you know, but anyway, but I can look on this map and it shows me the like the depth of the entire thing, and it's really detailed. So like, and I was so this is how big of a nerd I am, but like I was able to go to the Google Maps and that map at the same time and look, and you can see like how the water's darker, you know, in those spots. Like it was like, yeah, that's definitely obviously a pocket there, you know, like a hole where it's deeper there. So like I was just putting in some of the information, like, you know, that I've heard from you and from other people and stuff like that, and thinking like, okay, I need to go check out these areas because it would be like near water that was like 1 or 2 foot, you know what I mean? And then here's this deep hole like beside, I don't know, like, so that gave me more.
1 or 2 foot is a little extreme. Shallow for giant flatheads and giant,
a lot of it here is the shallow is like 3 or 5 feet, like, but then there might be like a 9 foot. I mean, I don't know if that's any better, but But there are places along this area, like way over where I started out in my live today, that are like a foot deep. But
Alicia, I'm gonna
yeah,
I'm gonna blow your mind right now.
okay,
Shallow for giant blues,
yeah,
25 foot.
yeah. Well, I mean, I believe
Nope.
it.
Just hold it.
I just know, like, I
I
think it's
could
Ryan
not
because I see
get
Ryan catch
that.
these 73-pound fish. You know what I mean? Like, and
Yeah,
I know they're
I
out
know.
here, but
I know. I could not get that through my head. It took me 10 years to get the fact that 25 foot was shallow for a giant blue. And I'll tell you why, because I've caught multitudes of gigantic flatheads in less than that.
yeah,
15, 8, 9, 10 foot. As long as the habitat was right. But 25 foot is absolutely fairly shallow on a river system. And so I need to monitor that because everybody knows that there's been a few fish over 100 pounds caught in 9, 10 feet of water. That's usually in a lake system where it is close to deep water. They'll venture up onto those shallows or whatever. Because in a lake system, they do not have the luxury of waiting or hanging around deep water where deep water bait fish are. I was just talking with Jeremy's tournament cats the other night. And I understand these big lakes, and I've fished them a few times, probably more than what a lot of people would realize. But these big lakes, although gigantic blues, have an easier life on big lakes. And I'll just reiterate that one more time. Gigantic blues have an easier life on big lakes and big slow rivers than they do fast water rivers like the Mississippi.
right.
And we know this because they are heavier for the length that they are.
That makes sense. Yeah,
Okay. So we know this, but they have to be as mobile, if not more mobile, in giant lakes with gigantic shallow flats. So, looking at it in a biological, systematic equation, in rivers with decent flow where bait fish are deep and can be deep most of the time, or at least adequate in that, i.e., the Tennessee, the Mississippi, the lower Ohio, things like that, basically the mother rivers, they don't have to travel shallow. And most of the time, they don't travel shallow. I'm spilling out some information I've never talked about on your channel right here.
right.
Okay. So knowing this, you can throw out the big expansive lakes, and you can focus on things like the Tennessee, the Mississippi, the lower Ohio, and
Yeah, because
other
I'm 3
major
hours away from where
tributaries.
Pontoon Jody fishes, and then the Ohio
What's that?
River. I said I'm 3 hours away from where Pontoon Jody fishes. And do you watch our
Sure.
Pontoon Jody?
I do.
Okay, so I'm 3 hours from where her spot is, and then I'm about an hour and 45 minutes away from where J Dog fishes, and then I'm an hour away from the Ohio River where like Troy fishes, like your boy Troy, like Louisville area of that.
All right. So how far away from where the Ohio dumps into the Mississippi?
I don't know where that happens.
Find it.
Yeah,
Look at it.
I will.
Live it. Because if that's your thing, I'm at 10% battery. But if that's your thing, if you want to, if that is your dream to catch the biggest catfish any woman has ever caught in her life,
Yeah,
or man,
yeah, that'd be awesome. But
that is one of the places I would go. If I was closer, I would focus on that. Where the Ohio dumps into the Mississippi. I
Okay.
really would. And I would probably have a better PB than I do now.
Yeah, I mean, well, your PB is definitely monstrous compared to mine for sure. Like, I mean, but
Well, I mean, I'm the catfish psycho. I mean, I've been psychoing catfish for 40 years.
yeah,
You know that. I mean,
yeah,
I sucked at it a long time ago, but in the last 25 years ago, 25 years, I've gotten pretty good at it, and I have narrowed my search down and all of this stuff. I know what flow is. I know what rods and reels. I mean, it's kind of it's apples to oranges, Jody. So and that's what I say. A lot of people are like, oh my, Epic Catfish is in here. And I say, you know what? Epic Catfish is nobody special. Seriously. I'm really not. I'm a guy that has been ate up with it for so many years that I've been able to and I've lived my life to be able to chase these fish. If all you guys had the same opportunity at the same time, I'd be asking you guys questions.
yeah. I mean, like, I see that. Like, I mean, you know, and I know there's fish here to be had, but I know you got to work at it, or you got, I mean, and the luck and stuff like that. But like, you know, then there's the Potomac, like they definitely have chance to get a bunch of blues. Now, blues pretty much really all they get there, right? Like they don't have channel or not much. I don't know. I haven't seen them bring them in, but
So the Potomac River and the James and the Chickahominy and all those things, they're still in New Lake Syndrome area. Okay? So you have a population explosion when you first put blues in anywhere. It doesn't matter if it's Santee Cooper, it doesn't matter if it's, anywhere that their habitat is acceptable. They're going to go to an equilibrium of a population that is so huge, but yet they do not have the super top end. The super top end only happens in naturalized, long-term rivers and lakes that have had the opportunity for time to eliminate small fish until the big fish population can take over. You've watched our lives before, right, Jody? Sorry, Alicia.
Alicia, yeah, no, that's fine. Yes, I definitely have watched lots of your lives.
How many small fish do we catch?
I don't see it happen really. I mean, like compare, like you might think they're small, but like they've all been bigger than my personal best. So
right, because the small fish don't exist where I throw baits.
Gotcha.
They don't, because it is, and I wouldn't say that if I was on the James River, and I wouldn't say that if I'm on the Potomac, and I wouldn't say that. I would say the tendency is that small fish are not going to exist where I throw.
Yeah.
And it's not necessarily because I've had so much experience here, and it is.
Well,
but you know what?
I kind of pictured it as
didn't exist there 20 years ago when I threw there either.
Yeah.
It was big fish or none.
I just figured it was your bait size too, though, had something to do with it.
And that helps. Yes,
yeah.
It does. But there is not a lot of small fish running around where I throw baits. Now, I can go to where there's a lot of small fish, but the population in a natural river population is not exploded so much that they're filling every nook and cranny. If you get what I mean.
Yeah. I mean, like, trust me, like, when you've even mentioned, like, you've said Alton, you've said names of stuff, you know what I mean? Like, the mapper in me, like, I go onto Google Maps and I look and I'm like, like, okay, one day, like, I'm going to go,
Sure.
go try that. But, like, I really honestly, like, I haven't had a whole lot of experience on the river, you know what I mean? Like, I've fished a little bit of river bank, but I haven't really, like, I couldn't take my boat where you take your boat.
No,
there's no way.
And I wouldn't advise you to either.
Yeah, I would not. Yeah, like I mean, I would go on someone else's boat with them. You know what I mean? Like, but
Now, and I wouldn't necessarily advise that either, because a lot of guys with boats, and I'm not putting myself over anybody else. I'm just saying I have seen a lot of boats in my day, a lot of boats, a lot of nice boats, and I have seen the fact that they fish areas that are not conducive to big fish because they don't want to go. It is not pleasurable. Well, this is another thing I'm going to talk about in the catfish conference, and I don't know if I should, but if you want to catch big fish, do not go to areas that are pleasurable. I made that mistake for years, years. I said, you know what? I said, how about this area where it's pretty nice, it's pretty sunny, it doesn't have a bunch of wind, it's pretty awesome. Let's go there.
yeah,
Worst decisions I ever made. And actually, when the weather's bad, usually the areas that I fish have the worst weather. It's piping straight down the river. It's either piping straight down or it's piping straight up, or it's in the barge lane, or it's pretty much the most adverse conditions you can find.
yeah.
I haven't fished a cove for 20 years. You know why? Because they suck. I hope I don't talk this harsh when when I'm at the catfish conference. I hope I can rein it in a little bit. But I haven't fished between wing dikes and been serious about big catfish in 25 years. Between wing dikes is for tiny flatheads and channel cats pecking at your baits. And it could sound to people like I'm like full of myself. And I told Dan that the other night. I said, you know what? I talk matter of factly, and I talk consistently, and I talk like I'm serious about this stuff because I am serious about this stuff. And when I get out there, like even on a live, Sean's like, yeah, this is killing him. And he knows it's killing me because I don't expect to go out there and not catch big fish. I expect to go out there and prevail and catch big fish every single time because that is my big fish mentality.
Yeah.
Now, am I saying that because I want to be somebody? I don't care. If I disappeared off YouTube tomorrow, it wouldn't hurt. I mean, I wouldn't like it as much. I mean, it's really kind of fun, but I wouldn't care. I did it. I was catching big fish for 20 years and no one knew about it.
Yeah.
Now, 10 years before that, on the original, on the Pro Cats, I was like, okay, I want to help this trophy catfishing thing. I want to do all that stuff, but it really didn't. It wasn't what it is like today.
Right.
I don't know. And when it comes to catfishing, I'm pretty zen. I try to speak effectively in situations or about situations that people can understand. But I've been doing it so long, and I've been thinking about it so long that it's kind of zen. It's kind of, when I talk about hydrodynamics of water, I will lose a lot of audience, and I know I will when I get talking about this stuff at the catfish conference. So if I start talking about the elliptical situation that happens in fish in detection of baits, whether it's live baits or whatever, I know I'm going to lose people, and that's fine. And I'll still keep talking about that stuff, but those things, it's what drives me.
Yeah.
When the hydraulics of water is going down, when it comes off of a spot in 25 foot of water and it pushes down and it goes across and it comes back and it starts to backflow on the bottom of the water, that is the situation where I find most monsters. Direct flow, I don't care how deep it is. Direct flow from upstream to downstream, it doesn't hold monsters. It holds decent fish, 50, 60, 70, 80 pounds, but it doesn't hold 80s, 90s, 100, 110, 120, and 130. It's always got to have that backflow.
So how do you know that it has that? Like just like tapping into your brain here, but like, how are you aware that it's doing that?
Well, part of it is instinct, and the other part is I've been doing it long enough. I actually know when there's backflow when I anchor. And I don't know that I can explain it,
Mm-hmm.
but when I anchor in the boat, because a lot of times the top flow is fast, okay? But
Mm-hmm.
the bottom flow, and Sean anchors most of the time these days, but I used to pay attention to the anchor, and the anchor would fall, and then start to backflow.
Okay, yeah.
Backflow up. And I would know that there's just not, I should have been back in the current faster than the anchor is bumping along the bottom. It's a weird thing. I don't know if I can quantify it.
Yeah.
But now I've been doing it long enough that I can see a spot and I can know that there's, and I don't know exactly what direction it's going until I actually hook and land a fish. And then, and you'll hear in my lives, you'll know that when we hook into a monster and he doesn't fight you to the back, you hook the monster, and then it's actually fairly easy for him to run towards the boat, or when he hits it, boom, and then it doesn't just like fully bow the rod. It just like, and I can tell the wavelength of the fish that it is a big fish, and I know it's coming towards me, because when it's backwards, because if a fish over 50 pounds hits and it just bows the rod straight down,
Yeah.
it's that flow along the bottom is going away from you. But when it hits and it starts to bow the rod, but yet you know it's coming to you because he hasn't put the full force on it,
Mm-hmm.
you know it's coming towards the boat. And so when I'm in a new area, those are the things I look for. I'll look for that cut or that fringe, or I'll be looking at my depth finder, and I know that where I'm at, it shoots down, and then it may shoot back up along the back, and it may flow not directly downstream, but a little bit left, and then come a little bit back. It's kind of it is a very difficult thing to explain, but when you're on it, you know it. When you throw the baits and it's got pressure, and all of a sudden it lets up and kind of comes back to you, then then I know I'm in big fish waters, because otherwise, if it's all straight, it's usually 30 or less. If it's coming back to you somehow, and I'm not talking about an eddy that's going this way, I'm talking about one that goes down, comes down like this and comes back, or shoots along the bottom, comes up, deflects, and goes left or goes right. It's all in hydrodynamics of water. And that is a very difficult thing to explain unless you've experienced it yourself.
Yeah.
It's almost the difference between coloring books. It's like, okay, if you have experienced wind or fire or snow, or you're trying to explain it, it is very difficult. Even though I've worked at it my whole life, it is very difficult to explain the hydrodynamics of big fish, giant fish spots versus big fish spots versus little fish spots. But I'm going to keep trying.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So what do you got going there, Alicia?
So nothing. I switched. I took my night crawler off this bait rod and put a minnow on it, and it hasn't done a thing since I did that. I could get up and check my baits and change my baits and this and that, but like I was just listening to you really. But
Alicia, I'm surprised people actually like me at all. on here because every once in a while I'll go off kilter and I will start talking how I think, and I don't know how to explain it, but how I think is way more, I don't know, way more precise than how I talk, because I've found the niche for myself that I want to go into. And like when Sean says it's killing him that we're marking big fish and we're not able to catch them, or it's killing him that we've been on this live for 6 hours and not catching a fish. And it is absolutely killing me because I've pulled up spots. I've marked big fish. I know what I'm doing. I throw the baits, I throw out, and we've had success many, 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 many times. But then when they throw me a monkey wrench like that, it does keep me going.
I just had like while I was sitting here about I'm thinking of carp, but probably like 6 or more fish just jumped like the entire all the way around me, like, and they're still going right there. But it was like one right after the other, after the other, like after the other, after the other. Like they all. I mean, it could have been a striper. I guess it could have. I mean, there's several things. I guess it could be, but
Alicia, I knew this time was coming. StreamYard does not like my signal, so at this point, you're sounding like a robot with a bunch of bees around it.
yeah, I've had that before.
Okay, so I'm gonna say goodnight. I don't know who all's in here. I can't see chat. I wish I could, but yeah, I'll jump into chat and try to answer as many questions as I could if there is any. So
well, it
good
sounds
luck.
good. Thank you for coming in here and teaching me more and talking catfish and.
I have no idea what you're saying.
Okay.
Bad. All right. Thumbs up.
All right.
All right. See ya.
All right. Bye. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I'm throwing it back out there if somebody else wants to come in. So I'm not sure how long I'll stay on here if it's just me. Whew. It's starting to get really cold. Like all of a sudden dropped a whole bunch more than it had been. I'd like to throw out this same bait that I was catching all the fish on during the tournament, but it's not staying on the hook anymore. So that probably wouldn't be a great idea. That's funny, Tim. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what it seemed like to me too, Rob. That the carp are surface feeding. I don't know. I can hear them and see them breaking the surface and coming up and jumping, and I don't know. I was gonna try this bait again to see if it'll stay on the hook, but this has like a little bit of a different texture now and doesn't really stay on there anymore. I understand, Rob. I'll keep it going for a little bit longer. I'm not sure how long a little bit is. Definitely depends on if somebody else comes in. But if I'm not chit chatting with the person in real life, I mean not real life, but in real voice, I may end up closing it down earlier just because it's getting cold and nothing's biting. But no, jumping up out of the water is, yeah, like I don't know if you just heard it, like boom. I mean, like big sounds when they come up. I also can see, just because of the moonlight, I can see some areas where something is coming up to the surface. I don't know what that is, but I think it's going to stay on now. I don't know. We'll see. So I hit the other rod too. I need to reel it in and check that out too. Okay, so I guess Daniel's going to come up in a little bit. Mark. That may be striper. Then, yeah, I mean, it could be. There's definitely shad in this water for sure. The red UFO, yeah, that's the bobber there. But like, at least I was getting bites on the night crawler. I'm not getting anything on the minnow. Hello, backwoods. I have to go grab the beach towel in a minute to keep warm. I have a pair of shorts on, a pair of jeans on, a shirt on, and this coat on, and like still getting the cold through there. Trying to zip this jacket back up, if that helps some. I'd rather be in the smaller ones over the big ones. Well, thank you for coming in, backwoods. Yeah, I hope to catch something. I caught a bluegill earlier. That was it. But I mean, I had good days already this week, so if I don't catch anything, it's fine. But I mean, of course, I would much rather get something on here, but Okay, sounds good, Backwoods. It's like I said, it's probably going to depend on whether I get another co-host to come in and chit chat with me. Because otherwise, I'll probably just wrap up and head home pretty soon, just because it's getting really cold. I can see my breath, but I don't know if you all can see it. No, my camera definitely doesn't pick that up, but I see it. Lord, that was a big old jump right there. Tim is awesome. Oh, it's 45 degrees there. I don't even know what it is here. What was that? What the heck? It looked like lightning. I seen it on my screen, but I didn't see it in real life. That was creepy. That was so weird. I don't know if you all saw it or not, but I saw it on my phone. Aluminum. Is that Celsius, right, Mark? Good God. That one, like, I cut through my net, like, in my hand, like, just got it. It was, they're all over, whatever that is. Like, they're coming even closer to the bank now. I forget how to convert that to Fahrenheit. Like I always just use Google to tell me. I forgot. I can't see on here what the time the chat was that you sent that. Isn't the missus sleeping? I'm not even doing a good job of, sorry about that, providing the conversation right now. All right. Thank you, Chris. It's cold. Me, I'm not in Ohio. I'm in Kentucky, which is close to Ohio. There's something huge that just came up and jumped right beside my bobber. There's so much activity going on right now. Like it's crazy. No clue what it is. Guess maybe you were talking to Pork Chop asking if he was in Ohio. I don't know. I found you. I don't hear you, but I see you.
There we go.
There you are.
Well, this goes back years and years and years ago. So the movie Jaws comes out, and hang on a second. Okay, that volume's off. I don't want to echo. I'm not echoing, am I?
Not on my end, but I don't know.
I hear you, Epic. Tim said, Rob, I have channels with 80 to 180,000 subs calling and asking me stuff. Part of me wants to mislead them, but I can't do it in good conscience. Anyway, my grandmother, my aunt, who is 6 months older than me, and myself went out to see Jaws when it first came out. So, when that head popped out of the boat, that's one thing that scared the heck out of my grandmother. And I was sitting on one side of her, my aunt was sitting on the other side, and my grandmother grabbed both of our arms and she put a death clamp on us. It was just unbelievable. And what is an aunt? It's how Southerners say A-U-N-T. Unless they say auntie. But I think that was like a Thursday or a Friday. And of course my grandfather worked, during the week. And then we go out on Saturday. And this is back before Florida really had many laws at all in saltwater. You didn't have to have a fishing license. You didn't, have to have permits for gill nets, things of that nature. But uh, my grandfather was one heck of a fisherman. He built his own boat special for a gill net he made by hand, and it was 600 feet long by 20 feet deep. And we would go shore, to shore. And the way it worked, he had a long leader rope on it where you jump off the boat, grab that rope, and he would take off hauling butt, pulling that, the net would just fall off the back of the boat. And he would do that semicircle and come back up on shore. And that was basically going after mullet for the most part, for bait fish. And then, if there were other fish that were in there that were edible, of course, we kept them. And the thing of it is, mullet are very edible as well. They make for a good fish fry, and they do have gizzards. A lot of people don't know that mullet are a fowl. In fact, they're the only fowl fish that there is. But at any rate, my grandmother, my pop, and me go out, and I was, what, mid-teens, and we're pulling the net in. We've already done the setting the net, and we're pulling it in. And the next thing you know, I've got all this net accumulated, and you got to figure I'm knee deep in water. And this is, Florida, crystal clear water, white sand. And you can see just about everything. But when you get all that net bunched up, it's hard to make out anything. You see fish, but you don't know what's there. So all of a sudden, next to my leg, I feel and I hear this. I dropped the net and started walking out of the water, and I said, I ain't doing no more, Pop. That's it. There's something in that water. My grandmother wasn't far from me, and she just stood there still with her mouth wide open. And he started laughing, and he basically commanded me to get back in that water and work that net. So I'm like, but Pop, there's something in that water. He said, get your in the water and work that net. Like, all right. So I get back in there, and we're pulling the net, we're pulling the net, we're pulling the net, and then all of a sudden, next to my leg, and I'm like, whoa! And I ran at it. My grandmother, she come unglued, and I swear that woman not walked, but ran across that water.
I
And
remember you saying that.
so she basically, I mean, she was a little deeper than me, and she come out of that water and was on the shoreline before me. And she didn't know what the heck. She just, after seeing Jaws, we were both like thinking there's some big ass shark in there or something, and there were sharks in the waters down there in Florida. And my grandfather was so mad, and he didn't understand because he didn't go see the movie with us. And he comes stomping over there, and he starts messing around with that, net, and he finds this darn fish this big, And Epic's probably going to know what I'm talking about when I say what it was, but he pulls it out, and when he pulls it out, it says, "Roar," and they're called croakers.
I've caught a croaker. I mean, the fish in the ocean that like they kind of sound like a catfish, but not really.
Right.
But yeah,
They croak,
they croak. Yeah, they yeah.
but it's like, you know, I ran across the top of the water in Florida. That's where it was, Troy. But I mean, it, you know, that was one of the experience. But he pulled that out of there. And when he pulled that out of there, he threw it down, back into the water. He said, "Now get in there and work that net, both of you. I'm not playing around." So, and then my grandmother and I just started laughing. And that's all we could do the whole time, working that net, pulling it in, getting the fish out of it. But yeah, that's just one of the Florida stories. But I mean, I've got a lot of memories with my grandparents fishing, and some of the best times in my life were doing exactly that with them. But and then I'll never forget the time my grandfather threw my sister off the boat. You know, in a kind of panic almost, but not a panic of there was an emergency or fear or anything. It was a thing of it was another time we went out to get fish, and when he goes out to do this, he means business. And he was one. There was no radar sonars used. He just knew how to find them. He would look for them. He could see them off in the distance and everything like that. And we went out there, couldn't find them, couldn't find them, couldn't find them, couldn't find them. And I'm standing up in the boat. He's standing up in the boat. And this is like a 24-foot John boat, sort of, flat bottom that he had built. And we're looking off in the distance. And all of a sudden, because I was smoking then, I went to toss my cigarette out. And I looked down, and there was a massive school that was going under us. And I just told him, "Pop, they're right here. They're right here. They're under us. They're under us." And he looked down and he said, "Oh shit." And he told my sister to get off the boat. And she's like, "Huh?" And he just grabbed her and threw her off the boat and then threw the line at her. And he said, and we were like, I don't know. There was when she got in the water, there was probably 5 foot of water. And pulling that line in to shore from 5 foot of water, it takes a while. And he just kept yelling at her to hurry, 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 hurry. And he just took off with the boat. And even when he used to, or not he used to, but he always would know just from the feel and of doing it so many times and everything like that, when to start heading in towards shore. And this time, through all the excitement of trying to hurry up and get these fish trapped in that net, he came up short, and he's like holding on to that rope and holding on to the throttle on the motor and gunning it, just pulling the net, as much as he can. And then all of a sudden he tells me to get out the boat. And he throws me the line. Then he takes a boat and he just runs it right up into the banks. And he jumps out and he's flapping his arms, smacking on the water, and I just started cracking up. I said, "What the hell are you trying to do? Take off in flight?" And he said, "Shut up and watch and learn something." But what it is those fish found a way to get out. And he was in between the net and me, in the space there was from the end of the net to the shore where they were all starting to come through. And he just started slapping that water, and they all turned around and went back the other way till I could get the net up in there. And he would pulling the net in. he could watch the fish and see when they were gonna, because mullet will jump over the net, and he would watch that, and he would snap the line and catch fish in the, the gill net as they were jumping. And I was like always amazed at how he timed that just right. And I tried that a couple times, and I never got one, but I would always be too early or too late, because you could see when they make a run for it. Because they kind of go away from it and then they circle back and then they come, hauling butt towards the net. And that's when they're going to jump. But he would always time it just right where he'd just snap that line and it would make the line come up out of the water with the net, and it would catch them. But those were the days. And then of course, getting out in the Gulf fishing with them was always an experience. We've done some sword fishing, but mainly we used to like to go out to the rigs and hit the deep waters for grouper and snapper. But they were our favorite fish. But anyway, that's one of the stories from way back.
I don't know. There was Mark said something earlier that he normally talks to me in local Mark's fishing, and I didn't say anything then, but I don't know who this is. Get him, Billy. I caught one bluegill earlier, so this is not my most productive live, that's for sure. But I'm not sure if you're still in here when that message came through, because I don't get timestamps on the pad on here, on this end.
I'm reading some of the stuff that was put in chat now.
Okay.
Tim had said there something about, no, I'm good, Nick, thanks. I've had in hand make ominous noises out of the water, and 3 are from the rainforest. I don't doubt that one bit.
There's a message there that Epic wants you to read.
Huh?
There was one from Epic that he wants you to say something on there.
Okay, let me. Okay. Last time on Epic Catfish, Sean and I, and it disappeared. Where'd it go? Drove 4 hours after catching 20 donkey baits. Caught a 70 at 280s. Almost sunk the boat. Yeah, I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it.
Hey, Lori.
Hey, Lori.
Just sitting here.
Danimal Grammar Police.
Always.
Nah, he was somebody that could fillet a fish in a hurry. I mean, I'm still, because I don't do it as much as what, he did, because basically he was fishing every weekend, just about, it seemed. But, and they had a nice property. It was a whole block of a street, and on one side, and there was a lake right at the end of the property, and then 1 block away the other direction was the bay to Panama City. So you had the best of 2 worlds, because they love to eat panfish. So you get out there, and basically it was just a rowboat. You go out on the lake, and the old cane poles. I mean, that's all that we ever used on that lake for, going for sunfish was cane poles. But I've never. I'm sure Tim has a whole lot more stories than what I have because he's been a lot of different places fishing, different style, not different styles, but basically concentrating on one species of fish. Where I've always been multi-species. And I could probably give all these other guys a run for the money with catching big, fish if I wanted to go do it, which some ways I do mentally, but I know I have to pull myself back because even with these bigger stripers that I've caught and lost, really I've lost the bigger ones because of tightening down on the drag so much intentionally in some ways because I start getting exhausted. My body can't handle it anymore, so I'll tighten that drag, hoping I can still land it, without fighting it any longer. So there's no way in the world I'm gonna ever land, a big catfish,
Mhm.
you know. So that's one of the main reasons I don't go after them. I mean, I'll go for some of the bigger flats here, in this lake because, one of these times, because we don't have blues in our lake, we do have some flats, and they generally run 40 and 50 pound. Some of the bigger ones. There are probably some monsters down closer to the dam, the intakes, because this is a lake that can pump back in from the lower lake, and they do it all the time. They'll run water from the upper to the lower, and then they'll pump it back up again. And when they pump it back up, them fish are all there loving, all the food that comes up. So I know darn well that'd be an awesome place to catch some of them big, flats. Are you serious, Dan? Stan has 32 fish tonight. Is he out on a boat or on the bank? And Snake's saying he's got a 15.4 pound carp, which I've told people about that. I don't know if everybody here knows because I told him you sent me pictures. And
Yeah, I
then
remember you talking about that in
chan-
some of the class.
yeah, and then 2 channel cats. He's on the bank and he's caught 32 fish.
That must be where all my fish are.
Well, see, that's what I was talking about earlier. You know, when you're in tidal waters where you have a tide change, those fish are constantly on the move with the tide. Yeah. Oh, I'm sure, Epic. I'm sure. I mean, Kerr Lake is not that far from me, so I could go down there and go after the big blues. One of these I've got some axle issues, which is one of the things that keeps me from going to Kerr. But if I go to Kerr, it's going to be basically to go down there and take Josh and maybe somebody else out so they can maybe get a big one. uh, no, not really. Maybe in my younger years when I was not physically disabled, but now it's hard. I mean, sometimes I'm glad the limit on stripers too. I'm in Virginia, takedown. I fished Smith Mountain Lake, and there's sometimes when I do hit the real Upper James, not to be confused
Oh,
with.
it's on. Oh, it came
Oh,
off. Did it come off? It came off. Ah, no, that was on the freaking the stuff that I was catching everything on that Sandy made me. Oh my god. Oh, that makes me mad. Like the pole bent. I picked it up. Like I thought it was gonna be on there. Sure wasn't. Oh, it makes me mad. Something finally got on there and then it came off. But at least the
that
bait
stinks.
stayed on. Ugh.
That spot has not really been
Great tonight.
that nice to you.
Oh yeah, no, you're right.
I mean, because you lost 3 during the tournament right there. Now
Well,
you lost
right
this
when
one.
that happened, I just reeled in one of my rods. I was gonna reel in this other one. I was gonna start packing my stuff up into the boat, and then was gonna go on back over to the ramp so that I could get his planter board for one, and for two, um, try over there by the dock where my dad was saying to go. You know, since I didn't know that that's what was happening, but that's a whole
Yeah.
other story. But but that way I would already be closer to the truck and all that stuff. But then now I'm not gonna want to go back because I freaking got a bite. Like,
Yeah. With the cold, I don't know if the carp will be up there near the boat dock and ramp right now.
yeah, I don't know that
I
it's
mean, I don't know
much
what your
different
water
there than where I
temperature
am
is,
now.
but I know when he was telling you in the daytime, they probably would have been up in there because once the sun starts hitting that water,
Hmm.
they will come up into shallower water at times.
Right, but this is all shallow water right here,
Oh, okay.
so I'm not really sure. Like, I mean, I know I know that some of what I saw jumping was definitely carp today.
Yeah.
Like, but like some of that could have been striper because they're in here. We got hybrids. We got, I mean, I don't know, but it could have been anything.
Yeah.
But I don't know that the ramp would be any different than the conditions where I'm at right now, as far as like depth and stuff.
You were hoping to put Rob in the intro of your next video, huh?
That's why I wanted
What?
you to read that. The statement he made, he was going to use it for his intro.
Okay. I didn't see that statement. I thought he had another statement where he said, "Get Rob to read this," and then he
Oh,
said some
maybe
other
I
stuff.
wasn't watching.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm watching, but not 100% watching.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so mad that fish came off.
Yeah, but I was getting ready to talk about the Upper James. The Upper James is an awesome, awesome, awesome place to fish smallmouth bass. I mean, I think I was telling some people that, over the weekend or whatever. It's been a while since I've been there, but you pretty much wade into fast moving waters where it's real rocky and the rocks are slippery. So with my disabilities, I don't know that I could do it now. I don't know that I would even chance doing it now. But I've been there a few times, and each time I've come out with 20 to 40 fish. Just one right after. And you put a halgamite on your, as bait, you throw it upriver, and you let the current take that darn thing down through those little rapids along them rocks. And every time it comes down through there, there's a darn smallmouth bass jumping on it. And, it'll just wear you out. But it's shallow, it's fast moving waters, and there's some catfish in the Upper James in that area, but they're going to be all channels. And then when you get down towards Lynchburg. If you're upriver from the dam in Lynchburg, and which is basically a low head dam, uh, there's some nice flat head catfish in there, but who knows how big they? I mean, never heard of any monsters coming out of there, but the flatheads are in there for sure. Some nice ones, but which I may fish this winter. I'm not sure on that yet.
I don't know what I did with the bell. I know it wasn't on there when I threw it out because I've made that mistake before, but I didn't do it just now. Oh, I found it. It camouflaged in with the ground.
Oh yeah, Tim. If anybody ever asked about where would be a good place to get smallmouth, I would tell them that's go there, because that is anywhere on the Upper James where you find some fast moving water, shallow, with some little pocket holes, not real deep or anything, but some pocket holes. And then you have some real rocky areas where it makes it like a rapid. And you throw hagamites, on the as bait, and you're gonna be nailing them. Yeah, and that's why every time, for some reason, Mike Chavez told me that all the locals down there call the area where Stan fishes the Upper James, but it's the Upper James as far as the tidal water flow is. It's nowhere even near the Upper James River. The Upper James River is over 100 miles away from there because you have the Upper James, which runs from right up here near me to Lynchburg. Then from Lynchburg to Richmond is considered the Middle James, and then from Richmond to the Bay is the Lower James. So really, in truth, Stan fishes the Lower James, not the Upper James. He's just fishing the upper part of the tidal part. Where's Bremo Bluff takedown? Where's that at? Yeah, I can see people coming to the Upper James now because they keep hearing Stan say, "I'm on the Upper James, I'm on," and they'll come up this way, you know, way over 120 miles away from Stan, and they'll be trying to catch them big blues up here, and that's not going to happen. Because I mean, if you Google the Upper James, it shows up here. I said to somebody, I said, because Stan really is a local for there. He's from New York. I don't know how long he's been living there, but he only started fishing there last year, I think. And I guess the locals have, told him that's the Upper James. According to the Fall SP, I'm not sure what that is. The fall line for the tidal water. North of Farmville. About 6. So that's in between Lynchburg and Richmond. Yeah, I've never fished the Middle James at all. The falls below Richmond. Yeah, if you go to DWR or just Google Upper James, there's explanations on what the upper, middle, and lower are, and that's even with the Department of Wildlife Resources. They have it listed the same way. That's why it gets the fall SP is probably some local uh, thing that's put out in that Richmond area. Cats and smallmouth on the middle. Yeah, I've always heard they have, those on the middle, but below Lynchburg. Where I'd like to try, and I don't know, Epic might be able to have a little input on this. I'm not sure. At the Parkway on the James, there's some old locks there. It was never dammed. They just had those locks in for the barges or whatever to do a stair step beyond these rapids. What do you think on fishing just below those locks, in the locks, above the locks? I mean, they're basically remnants of the locks. There are those hand cranking ones, where you would get it, out of or somebody would be there and they'd hand crank that big wheel. Yeah, see, that's what I was wondering, if flatheads wouldn't be in there, in that area anyway. But they're saying that, DWR anyway says there's not that many flathead in the middle, but I don't see why there wouldn't be. Every time they would say that, I'd think, man, I would think they'd be near that lock.
I'm gonna mute you or mute me for just a second. I'm gonna try to eat some chips and not be like on my phone like eating potato chips. And I'm also gonna take a pee break, and so I don't want y'all to hear that either. So I'm gonna be stepped away, but I should be able to see everything. But I turned my light up to where y'all can see the rods a little bit better. And the red thing is the main thing. If that red ball right there disappears, then that's a fish. I don't have a bell on that one. The other one is I'm going to hear it because I'm just going to be stepped like right over here, about closer to the boat.
Hey,
But,
Alicia.
Yeah.
Epic said, put the link in. He's inspired again.
Okay. Let me get back to where I can do that. And then I'll let him in, and then I will eat some potato chips off camera or off microphone anyway. And let you all watch my little red ball. And if it goes underwater, let me know. The other rod I'll be able to hear, and then I moved the catfish rod to a whole new location, but it'll be closer to me.
takedown, have you fished the Dan at all? Or there's another river. No, it lets into the James or the Dan. No, it lets into the James.
Okay.
Can't remember the name of it. There he is.
Now, let me
What's
move
up,
this to
Rob?
where the red
Hey, now you
thing
got
is
two
glowing.
ugly old farts
There
up
you go.
on your screen.
Exactly.
Now I'm going to mute me.
I had to plug my phone in because it just pretty much just about died. So anyway, Rob, this is
Are you muted,
live.
Epic? Because I can't hear you.
Oh, I don't know.
I hear him fine.
You hear me? I'll turn it up as much as I've got.
Rob.
Yes.
Okay, well, I can't hear you all, so I think I messed it up. So I got to leave on my own, and I'll be right back in.
Oop.
There you go. So this is the first live that you and I have been on together, Rob.
It is.
And that's awesome because you're actually one of my favorite channels because you've got some stuff that's real. You're just in there talking about what you do, and it's pretty darn awesome.
Thank you.
You're welcome. No thanks necessary. But we were talking about the James.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking that those logs, like you, are going to be one of the things that really nobody fishes, but they're going to be one of the most fantastic things at times. And the times being pre-spawn when flatheads are moving upstream and downstream to find spawning locations, I think that'd be fantastic.
Yeah. I've thought about going up there. It's probably, I don't know, about 50-minute drive from here. And there's a little park.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Virginia has Virginia has the Parkway,
Mm-hmm.
and there's a park right there
Yep.
at the Parkway, and you can access one side from there, and across the river is where the locks are, and there's really no access to them, I don't believe, or at least not for me. Some young guy might be able to get down to them or whatever. I don't know. I don't know if there's any where to park over there and walk down, but there's going to be an incline and everything like that. So
yeah, usually locks that we have here are very reminiscent of the ones I've seen at the James.
mm-hmm.
So if you're going to be successful on being able to hook, fight, and land catfish, you're going to have a long-handled net. And literally, Catfish Heroes is pretty much the expert in our area on being able to hook, fight, and land giant flatheads in the canal system.
Right.
Which, I mean, it is one of those things. And he'll tell you, he said it's a waiting game. But one of the things about the James is that it's, to my recollection, connected to the upper James, which I would classify as above the falls at Richmond. Am I correct or not?
I'm sorry. Could you say that again?
I said, to my recollection, the canal system connects to the upper James, which would be above the falls at Richmond.
These that I'm talking about
Mm-hmm.
are nowhere near Richmond.
Oh, are they above Richmond? They
They're
have to be, because I've been
way,
below
way,
the falls.
way above
Way
Richmond.
above
Yeah,
it. Well, then they're definitely flathead territory.
because they're, they're above Farmville.
Okay.
Because you're kind of going westerly from Richmond,
Okay.
and you'll run into Farmville and then Lynchburg. They're in between Farmville and Lynchburg. They're
All right.
basically up in the mountain. You have to remember that the Blue Ridge Parkway runs across the top of the Blue Ridge Mountains.
All right.
And there are points where it comes down in valleys, such as like to the James.
So Rob, my extensive knowledge is from not just below Richmond, because we didn't really take a boat into the fall area, but
Right.
Chris and I used to wade that back in my younger days, like I was like 32.
Mm-hmm.
And so we would wade the falls, which if you've seen the falls, you would say, what are you, nuts? But yes, we were nuts back in those days. And we actually wore flippers and I don't even know what you call it, the face masks right above the falls, and you could see flatheads. If anybody goes on YouTube and watches those guys that do the I don't know, they like reclaim stuff, they find phones and they do all that other stuff. I don't even know what they're called. But it very much reminded me back in those days when I wanted to know, and Chris could tell you that, yeah, there's lots of flatheads above and below the falls, and we should dive on them.
Right.
And we would, and I could get so close to a flathead's lip, and he could see me,
Mm-hmm.
and it was very incredible because you could get very close to their lips, but yet it was clear water at the time, because we wouldn't like go when it was all cloudy water and all that stuff. We'd go when it was clear, and we just wade around. And Chris told me, he told me the story of going in there when he could like literally touch 25 flatheads in a day, and some of them up to 30 pounds. And I didn't think it was incredulous, but I still wanted to experience it. So I'm like, yeah, that's what we want to do today. We're going to go above the falls, below the falls, and all this. And we have kayakers going over the top of us in the whitewater. And we were like wading our silly young asses in that water and like seeing as many flatheads as we could. And it was pretty incredible, the number of flatheads involved in above the falls and below. And so that's part of the situation. I know there's so many flatheads that you can like present baits to, but they're unwilling to bite.
Right. Yeah. I guess the biggest issue, and you may be right, it may be unfished because of access. But the biggest issue with the James, mid and upper,
Mm-hmm.
a lot of it's shallower,
Sure.
fast moving water.
Yep.
There's a lot of low head dams
Mm-hmm.
and a lot of rock. And you can't really, there's very small areas where you can put a boat in and use a boat.
Yeah.
Other areas you have to canoe or
Kayak
or
waters,
something like that.
Yep.
And even then, that's limited to where, you can go so far, then have to get it the heck out of there, or you're going over a dam or whatever. So,
Sure. But those things in my younger days, that's what I lived for.
mhm.
And you're like, okay, so the Rock Rivers, and that's very reminiscent of a lot of the area that we have available to us. So it wasn't unusual for us to stay till midnight in neck deep water like this,
Right.
below a low head, holding rods above ourselves like that, with like giant baits thrown into the low heads. Now, did we have that much success? We had some success, and we had a lot of success at the right time, but at the wrong time, we just basically got cold.
Mhm.
And yeah, I mean, we'd be till midnight. Sean was actually on a trip like that with us, and there was a couple guys that were, oh geez, my phone is threatening to die. Let me see if I can plug this in.
I usually leave mine plugged in whenever I'm using it for.
Well, and I tried to, but if I have it, nope, and that didn't work. My since I'm a furniture guy, my port gets full of sawdust. Hold on. because it's not acting like it wants to take a charge at all. Because usually it does that big chong. Nope, it's probably not. So if I lose you, let me say this: you're one of my favorite channels. I like the way you approach stuff. You're all real. You do things to help people. I love the way you like stripers and all that stuff. But what I said earlier about a couple Red Bulls and a little bit of Nikolai, and you be on the epic catfish boat, you'd be all psyched up. You'd be able to reel in them big catfish. So don't doubt yourself a minute.
Yeah,
Especially if
I mean,
we're in the right current now. Dangerous waters current. Yeah, there's a lot of guys that wouldn't love that, but in the last few times they've been a little bit downriver, they've been above the dam, stuff like that. It's surprisingly a lot easier than dangerous waters. Or like when I caught the epic giant.
yeah,
Geez, that current was freaking smoking, but it wasn't
yeah,
smoking as hard as it could have.
right,
And luckily, I have figured out I have some old footage, and you're going to appreciate this, from 2007. It was on like an old home camera, like one of those things that was
right,
like the giant brick.
yeah,
And I do believe I'm going to be able to make a video out of some of the footage from my number one top 10 anchor of all time.
right.
And
Now
I'm
you've
gonna,
already put an old
yeah,
video to
yes,
YouTube,
that was in the Scary River. That was 20 years ago. Um, so I hope to have a video that comes out about the number one top 10 anchor of all time, which I
right?
didn't believe that it was even going to be possible.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, it's pretty darn crazy. And literally, we catch two fish over 100, a couple over 80, and one over 70, a 60 and a 40. And I don't know if they're all there, but I do know the one that's like considerably over 100, like 130, 140 pounds is there.
Right.
I do know that another fish over 100 is there and another 70. I don't know how many. Maybe the 40's there. I don't know because
Right.
my computer shuts down when it tries to like play them because it's so old. But I am going to try to prevail on that.
I hear you. Takedown. Catfishing is saying that Bremo Bluff, which is on the James, has a boat ramp. The water is shallow. He wouldn't put his boat in there. Yeah, I Takedown. You probably don't know me because you had asked earlier, where I was and everything. But I use a pontoon, so my pontoon is not going in the James. Now,
There you go.
when we went to the spot we went to for the smallmouth bass, we went canoe, and there was three of us in it. We had two canoes, and there was three of us in the canoe we were in, and three times we had to get out of the canoe
Oh yeah.
into the water and walk it because of all the rock. We were hitting these rocks on our butts, because of us being in the boat. So we had to get out, walk, and then get back in. And of course, that was going upriver too. So that was
So,
a little rough.
so Rob, that's why I run a jet today.
Yeah.
Because I will get into situations that most people would say no way.
Right.
But I'm going to pilot my ship across rocks or boulders or whatever it takes across long stretches of perilous water to get to where I have to go. Now,
Hmm.
that doesn't mean that I would, if all I ever fished was the Mississippi, I probably would run a prop. But my fishing situation is so varied that I'll still run that jet because I may need to go to 3 inches of water. I may need to go over log jams. I may need to jump rocks. And nobody in YouTube has seen it yet, but in my past days, that's what I would do, because
I think you had one video on there where you jumped that one area, I believe.
yeah,
I think I
and
saw.
I wanted to make sure, even though it's expensive to run, even though it's kind of a pain in the butt, and there's not a lot of jets in my area, there's really nobody that knows how to like work on them. But I said to myself, I am not going to be held back by any water at any time, at any moment. I said, I'm going to do this. Now, if I lived on Catfish Mecca, I'd probably run a pontoon, because the pontoons are awesome. They're like, you can sit there. My wife would actually go. I could, bring other people. But no, my boat is not. It's like a torture chamber battleship at this point.
Yeah, kind of like they. Oh, what's that, guys? Did you ever watch the? The down there in Louisiana. Oh, I forget his name now.
Creole?
No, no, no. On the Discovery or History Channel, that show where they have those Southern guys out there going for the cypress logs.
Oh yeah,
There's
yeah,
that
yeah, yeah,
crazy
yeah,
old
yeah.
guy's got
Swamp
that jet
people.
boat.
Called swamp.
Yeah, swamp people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Swamp people.
yeah, and that crazy old guy down there with the boat down
yeah.
there.
No, mine is not like that. Mine's just an outboard jet. It's not.
Right.
I don't have like a 300 horsepower, all aluminum, crazy. We're gonna, jump everything. Not like that stuff they have in Alaska.
Right.
Now, if I thought I needed it, I probably would. But the whole thing about it is, I just want to make sure I wasn't limited in my early knowledge of what I could get to.
Right.
That's how I looked at it. But I had that luxury. I didn't have a lot of bills. I didn't have any kids at the time. I wasn't even married. I was like, you know what? If you want to come and see me, you're coming in my boat. I didn't
Right.
do dates. I didn't do dates for 20 years. I just said, you know what?
Didn't have time for it, right?
Yeah, I had catfishing to do. I didn't have
Yeah.
any of that shit to do. I'm like, you know what, girl? If you want to come and see me, and believe it or not, I was actually able to vet many girls. I vetted them whether they could take the cold, the heat, the bugs, the this. You know what? If they were too worried about bugs on their hair, I'm like, you're out. But I had that luxury at those days. I wasn't old
Yeah.
and frumpy like I am now. Luckily, I had a great wife and a great life.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what, my wife's great. I mean, we've been together 37 years, and back when I would say I'm going fishing, and she'd say okay, and I'd disappear for hours and hours and hours and hours, and I would sit there and think, while I'm out there fishing. Well, I wouldn't think, but it would cross my mind. I wonder if she really believes I'm out fishing this long.
Yeah.
And I'd just be fishing, and many times I come back with nothing, and that would make me wonder even more so because she never asked.
Mm-hmm.
So
well, that's a great lady, because mine actually vetted me.
yeah, well, mine tells me to go fishing now. So, but she's been with me,
That's fantastic.
since then. I mean, many years passed, and she's been with me, and she sees how I am with it, and she knows when I say I'm going fishing, I'm going for 8, 9, 10 hours. She knows I
Yeah.
was out fishing,
Yeah.
and but when she says go fishing, it's because I've been around in her hair for too many days in a row, and she wants me gone for a lot of hours, so she can have some alone time.
Yeah, I'm grump. I grump around. I do.
Yep,
If
that's
I
me.
haven't fished in a while, I grump around. I'm like, this isn't right. That's not right. This isn't right. She's like, you need to go fishing, don't you? I'm
Yep,
like, you darn right I do.
That's how my wife is.
Darn right I do.
But I mean,
So
I've put
Alicia's
time
still eating
on.
her
I
chips?
really never went for monsters. I've
Yeah.
I definitely had I had it in me to go for them, but I just never did. And I think a lot of that was because the way my pop, did me was there's no such damn thing as sport fishing. Fish were put here for us to feed ourselves for food. So
Yep.
when you
Yep.
go fishing, you're going out there to provide for your family or your neighbors or
Yep.
your friends. You're not
Or
going
you're
out there
wasting
to,
time. Yeah.
yeah.
I was
So,
raised like that too.
yeah.
And I was one
So,
of the first ones that could actually, when I was young and we used to watch Virgil Ward, no one could understand it but me.
right.
Virgil Ward was catching giant walleyes, huge bass, and letting them go. And everybody I knew was like, why does Virgil Ward let all those fish go?
Yeah.
I said, you know why? Because Virgil Ward's teaching people how to catch fish like that and be successful. And if he doesn't teach people that it's okay to let fish go, the whole thing is going to crash.
Yeah.
Because the more people that are involved in catching big fish and the enjoyment of catching big fish, if we cannot think past ourselves and say, you know what, it's okay to let that fish go. No,
Yeah.
it's okay to eat one too, or
Right.
2 or 9 or
Yeah.
as many as you want. But those of us with the time and the inclination to catch big fish, if we kept them all, could be devastating. And those of us that choose to let them go because we understand the nature of fish and the population that exists, we actually help the whole sport grow. And you
Right.
know what? That's
Oh,
great.
yeah.
That's great.
Yeah. Now I'll let catfish go all the time,
Oh yeah.
because I know they're hardy.
Yeah.
Striper, that's an entirely
Striper.
different
Yeah.
situation because they're,
Striper, a whole different thing.
yeah, basically in the summertime with the heat coming from the depths, it
Yeah.
just blows their bladders out, their swim bladders, and people don't
Well,
realize. And I see these tour boats out there constantly with people catching 20, 30 fish in the heat, pulling them up from 50, 60 feet of water and then throwing them back in. And then day or two later, you see some float. And they say, well, you don't see that many of them float. But somebody here about 3 years ago, 4 years ago, had a submersible,
yeah.
and he had found an area where there was a bunch of striper that were dead on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And what they're saying is because of their air bladders blowing, that
Mm-hmm.
when they swam down there, they died, and no air got into their system to where they would come back up. And of course, the catfish get them down there.
Mm-hmm.
So the
Mm-hmm.
cat or whatever other fish will eat on them down there. But
Well,
you
if I
know,
was to recollect my earlier education, stripers being as that they are ocean fish are a temperate fish.
yeah,
They're not a hot water fish and they're not a cold water fish. They're a temperate fish. So as soon as you bring them up out of their temperate zone, they just don't do very well. And so catfish, believe this or not, are not relegated to a temperate fish and they're not relegated to a cold water fish. They're actually a warm water fish, which lets them, and they have certain apparatus that lets them deal with different temperatures on high, on short notice, I would say. So
yeah,
their swim bladders are equipped to letting air out quicker and absorbing air quicker, even though you can't just pull them up out of 100 foot in 5 minutes and they'll do okay.
right,
But they are better equipped than a lot of fish, such as the striper, such
right.
as, believe it or not, sturgeon. The saving grace to sturgeon is that they don't die often. And if Nick River's still in here, he can attest to this.
Well, that's like, with fishing out in the Gulf,
Sure.
pulling those grouper or snapper from 300-400 feet of water.
And their stomachs are out the
Their
mouth.
eyes, I don't
Bugging
know
out.
if you,
Oh, yeah.
but their eyes are buggy,
Well,
and it's because of,
that's due to pressure more than it's due to temperature change.
yeah. But
yeah.
that pressure of, and as well as I, the swim bladder is pressure, just like us with our lungs.
Yes.
You change that pressure on that swim bladder, they're going to get CO2 to their blood just like
Sure.
a human can.
And actually, if you were to compare whatever organ we have to fish that is more sensitive pressure, it's actually our spleen. So our spleen in that situation, if you were to put us, and believe it or not, we're actually pretty good at pressure. Even though if you put us 200 feet down or 150 feet down, yes, there's the bends, but there's also, if you were to relegate it to a organ, it would be our spleen. Our spleen is actually susceptible to pressure, and it will
To that change, a quick change, yeah.
A lot quicker to the quick change. Our lungs are affected, yes, our liver, our kidneys, everything else, but our spleen is actually more closely related to that. But if you notice one thing about saltwater fish, there's way more of them that are capable of throwing their stomachs up than there are freshwater fish. Blues cannot throw their stomachs up where flatheads can. Have you ever noticed that?
Yeah, I've never noticed that. No.
Yeah, flatheads, and
then I haven't
not
pulled them.
necessarily-
I haven't pulled them up from way deep either.
Yeah, and most of the time flatheads aren't way deep. I'm just saying flatheads have the capability of throwing their
doing that.
stomachs out because they'll eat things that shouldn't be eaten, and they can
Right.
actually throw them up. Whereas channel cats and flatheads cannot. They can't just throw their stomach like inside out like a flathead can, which actually limits them in, I would say, more dangerous water than it limits blues and channel cats in deeper water. Yes, where flatheads are way more releasable. Let's just say. So,
Do you think that has something to do with why they mainly will go for live over other baits?
Absolutely. I would say they are more highly evolved, but they're actually not. They're actually more primitively evolved, and their niche has not been contested by other fish. You think about this. If you look at all the catfish species around the globe, there's always a species that mimics the habitat, haunts, and habits of blues. The habits, haunts, and specific job that channel cats do, as well as blue cats. So in the Amazon, and I've studied this and thought about this at length, the Jau, which I don't know if anybody watching this has paid attention to that. The Jau is the closest to the flathead. The Piraiba is the closest to blue cats. And then I would say the Barbashot is closest to the channel cats. And they have different levels of depth and hierarchy that they have. Now, the one thing about South American cats is that there's more habitat and more variety. So the red tail is very close to what I would call the flathead mentality or the flathead niche, as well as the Jau. But the Jau, Jau, with the little dash above it, actually follows even more closely to the flathead habitat, which is actually pretty darn cool. And then there's other, the palmetto and other fish in the South American region of the Amazon that closely get a little bit closer to their habitats, which I find amazing. And when I went there, I was just blown away by the diversity of the catfish species, but yet they follow very closely to their body style, and their body style actually determines the habitat that they live in, the amount of, whether they go up in shallow water or whether they stay in deep water. Very cool stuff.
Yeah. Now I believe I have seen some bass fishers get down to South. I know Mexico, I've seen them go down to Mexico and fish down there, and they come up with some big bass. And then I believe I've seen some go down to the Amazon area and fish there as well.
The peacock bass guys?
I think so.
Yeah.
Now that you mention it.
And I enjoyed 100% using peacock bass for catfish bait. I love that. And we actually it was so hot down there that we actually got in the water to catch our bait, which is peacock bass primarily. Secondary was black and red piranha. And thirdly was piao, which is kind of like a sucker, only they're yellow and they have bars.
Yeah.
Like a tetra. So, yeah, I thoroughly enjoyed the fact that there was guys that really loved the peacock bass, but yet we were using for bait.
Yeah. I would love to, I haven't seen any catfishing videos from down there, which I would, love to, sit back and watch some of those.
Well, watch River Certified. He just went down there with Thai Pig Patrol.
Okay. I'll have to.
Their first video that I've seen, they were actually catching payara.
For bait.
Well, they were trying payara for bait, but these things were huge. They were like 2.5, 3 feet long. They were catching them on, giant just baits that they were throwing. Right. They weren't throwing live baits. They were throwing like crankbaits. So yeah, that was pretty interesting. I wish that River Certified would have showed more of the journey and more of the things that are involved in that, but he pretty much, here we are in South America.
Right.
So here it is.
Yeah, and that's kind of how some of the bass fishers that I know went down there where I watched, that's kind of how they did it too. They just basically, they didn't do any lives from down there. They did all video. They come back, edited video.
If I go back to South America, I will do some epic John B. style videos. We will get on the plane. We will talk about the stuff. We'll do the food. We'll meet the people. We'll do if I ever go down there again.
Right.
I will.
That'd be awesome.
I will not short that.
That'd be awesome. I know that a lot of the people are fantastic people down there. Of course, you have people that aren't so, but you have that everywhere.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely.
Just from the ones where I did see with the guides that they used, the guides were really something else too.
Yeah. The guide that we had, Rob, his name was Arara, and I asked what that meant. And in his language, it meant beautiful parrot of the forest, which was not all that different from the word they used for red-tailed catfish, which was actually beautiful parrot of the river.
Right. Wow.
And then, the language is completely amazing. They had, which I thought I had been pronouncing piranha correctly my whole life. Even through college, I pronounced it piranha, but it is not pronounced piranha. It's actually piranha. And the Danes and all of the other people had told me that I was not pronouncing that completely right, because piranha it means nothing down there. But
Right.
piranha means exactly that.
Right. Okay.
Pretty cool stuff. But anyway,
Oh yeah.
I'm going to get
Oh
out
yeah.
of here. I think Alicia's back. I'm going to jump back into chat and listen to what you guys got to say. Rob, great to meet you. First live I've been on with you. I
You
love
too.
your stuff. Love your
Well,
enthusiasm.
yours likewise. When I get a
Well-
chance, like winter, I'll watch more. You know, when I'm kind of cooped up in the house. But
Well, there's a whole bunch to watch because we have like 9 to 12 hour lives you can catch up on. All right, buddy.
all right, we'll do. I may
Yep.
fast forward through them, but
Yeah, that's all right. Everybody does. See you, buddy.
all righty. Thanks.
Yep.
Alicia, you falling asleep or still chewing on your chips?
Well, I've been loading up the boat while y'all were talking.
You've been what?
I'm coming. I've been loading up the boat from the
Oh,
stuff I packed over here on the bank.
oh, you pulled the
Oh.
lines in.
Yeah. Well, so I still have three rods out that I'm going to bring in. While I was eating chips, I got bites twice on the one that was the bait that Sandy made. So I don't know. When I unmuted it, that was when I thought that it was actually. I mean, like it bent. It was going down.
Yeah.
But there was nothing. Like I didn't have any fish on there when I was trying to bring it in. So I don't even know if it still has bait on it, but it's
Yeah,
still out there.
when you get it, when you get a chance, order you some of the method feeders and hair jigs, or not
Yeah,
jig,
'cause I
hair
don't have
hair
any,
rigs
like
rather.
other stuff that's like legit, like for them. But I mean, the stuff that I have was working decent. You know what I mean? Like it wasn't
Right.
working great, but
Yeah. Well, I mean, the bait's working,
well, yeah, the bait's definitely working.
but your hookups are not. So
Yeah.
that's why I'm saying when you get the proper gear,
Yeah.
I'm not saying that you can't catch on what you're using, but your hookups will be more successful.
My percentages
If
will be
you're
better
using-
than they are. I'm gonna be right back over there. I'm gonna just step away for half a second to the boat, but I'm coming right back.
Yep. And Dan's eating. That's some pretty scary stuff that he mentioned about DMV's daughter. Just all of a sudden having whatever kind of episode she's having. And that to me sounds almost like tumor, to just all of a sudden go incoherent and not know who her mom was and everything. So your dinner is heading to the freezer? Came home with a big bump on her head. How'd she get a big bump on her head? Then that sounds like concussion. I wonder, since she was at a school, but Hebrew school, that's just really where you learn the religion and the language, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So how she would have ended up with a big bump on her unless she fell.
What were you talking about?
I'm talking about DMV's daughter.
Oh,
She's basically in the hospital, incoherent of knowing who her parents are.
when did this happen?
I don't know.
I mean, he's live tonight. That's why I was asking.
Well, I don't know if he's still live, or maybe he
That's
was
what I was saying. Did
explaining
it
it
happen
during
tonight?
his live.
That was awful.
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe she's okay now. I don't know. I don't know. Dan was basically talking about it.
Freezer burn or freezer burn, freezer bound. I was trying to say Mike Irvin and freezer bound, and I said freezer burn. Anyways, hey to you all both. Sorry. That's awful about DMV's daughter, though, man.
Yeah. All right, well, I'm gonna jump down off of here, I guess,
Um,
before I get myself in trouble.
okay. Oh no, I got hung up at the last minute. What the heck? There's a ring again. Ah, I may just try to get it out with the boat, do like I did last time. When I had
So Dan said he came back live, I believe, after moving locations, and that's what he said. So did he bait up and throw lines in the water, or did he say, I've got to go because this happened? That's what I'm curious about.
yeah. I'm gonna have to come back and get that in a second from the boat.
But I think I'm being too loud because the light came on in the bedroom.
Gotcha.
Oh, I'm just going to jump down off that, but you too take down. Do you have a channel takedown?
And that's Kenneth. He used to have his name on there, but not no more.
I'm going to look, see if you got a channel. Yeah, nothing's coming up when I YouTube search it. There it is.
I was gonna say I thought he did, but I don't know.
Yeah.
I know I've watched him fish before, but like
Oh, actually,
yeah.
I'm subscribed.
Yeah,
But I
because it
didn't.
was takedown with Kenneth Powell,
Okay.
but
Well,
he changed his name very recently.
subscribed, but I didn't watch a video, so I'm gonna have to let this boat video run through. Ooh, looks like a Carolina skiff, maybe.
Hopefully that's secure. Put this boat in the water.
Yeah, Dan, that was 7A, 7P to 7A. So you know me, I'm in bed by now usually, except in the wintertime. Sometimes when I'm home in the winter, I'm up late. This is late for me. And I was thinking of going fishing tomorrow, and then I said, nah, I better not, because I still got other stuff to do. Then I said I'd go Thursday, and Jean said, well, if you go Thursday, you have to be home before 5 because she's got something she's got to do. So then I'm back to, well, maybe I'll go tomorrow, but I'll wait for it to warm up. So still, I probably shouldn't take the boat out, but if I go, I'm going to anyway. I still need to figure out why it's running rich and rough when I'm idling, which is most likely the carbs.
Oh, that's too soft to push off from. I may have to push myself further out. We'll see as I get back.
Okay, he wasn't going to continue his live. He was going to try to get to the hospital.
Oh my gosh. How old is this daughter? Or roughly? Oh crap. Tried to push off and it pushed me further up the bank.
Road Warrior doing a reaction to red wine, a UB40 song, almost 40 years old.
Sorry.
Yeah, he did, Kenneth. Josh did fish with me a few weeks back.
Dang it. Let's see if I can do this quickly.
She lost some bait fish, Mike, and had a couple that she thought were takedowns, but they either came off or just didn't do it.
Yeah, I mean, there was definitely something on there, but they didn't hook up. I gotta get myself back over there to where I was so I can get my rod unhung, hopefully, because I guess it wouldn't be such a big deal, but it's a hard thing to find sinkers around here again, just like it was in the middle of the lockdown. And that's my last no-roll sinker that's on there, so I'm trying to save it if I can.
What kind of sinker you need?
Oh, then it's a no-roll.
What
But
weight?
Oh, I don't have a clue. The only size they had in the store. I think I have the package in the bag around here. But if I pull it up, I can tell you what weight. But I really didn't I'm not usually fishing current, but just I don't know. Like, are they all the same size? It was like that big, like the size of a quarter or something.
There's different.
Maybe a little bit bigger than a quarter. Maybe a $50, but no, not a $50.
Round one to the eye hook, or do you push the line through the lead?
Those are, oh, no, wait. I'm telling you the wrong thing. Remember they were the teardrop ones. I showed you those.
Oh, you got teardrop. Okay.
Yeah, I had to think about it. I got a different one. I was thinking.
They're bank sinkers.
I don't know. All I know is it was the only one in the store that said no roll.
Well, they had that mislabeled. If it's
it said no roll.
If it's like a teardrop, it's a bank sinker.
Not like that. Not like the one bank sinkers. Not the big thick ones. Like flat.
Okay. And then you push the line through it. It doesn't have an eyelet.
No, it doesn't have like a middle thing.
Yeah.
It's all just the whatever lid or whatever it's made of.
Inline, yeah.
I don't know where the line is, but I'm trying not to get hung into.
I think I've got some of those that I don't use, but they're up at the camper.
They're what?
The ones I have, they're up the camper, so I'll be going sometime within the next 10 days to get get other stuff out of there, bring home, and winterize the camper. I can bring them back and probably send you a few.
I mean, that would be awesome. Like,
I think they're 4 ounce. What I got, I'm not sure.
I don't know. Like, I don't know if the number is stamped into them. I have no clue. Like, hopefully I get it unhung.
Usually it is, yeah, but it can wear down.
Oh, I mean, I just opened it during the tournament.
Then you should still be able to see the number. I mean, if you want some that aren't in line, I could do that too, because I have a few of them. I think I've got 2, 3, and 4 ounce round ones, about a $50 size, that are, with the brass eyelets.
Ooh, slick shoes in the boat. Okay, I'm sorry. Catch my breath as I went sliding.
Impulse power.
What is it?
Tim just said phone is on impulse power. That just made me think of Star Trek immediately.
What? Oh Lord, falling. Trying not to fall, but there we go. Hopefully, I didn't pull myself up on the bank. Good, I'm already falling back off of it. Oh God! I was gonna drop you in the lake. I caught you all like. I would have dove in to keep that new phone from going in the lake for sure. But
Tim should call Sean about now, saying, "What's this with my impulse power? I need you to give me warp. Come on, give me warp, Scotty."
just a second.
You know,
So how does one work that's
something
not
tells
inline?
me something tells me William Shatner's paying for this flight. You know, because there's no way in the world somebody at that age could have the physical agility and shape and everything that most astronauts have to, you know, do a physical test, physical fitness test,
Yeah,
which there's no way in the world he could ever pass it because
right. But
there's,
one thing is they do stay up there longer, where they
yeah,
lose body mass and all that.
right.
But
But
I
the
agree
thing
with
of
what
it
you're
is,
saying. Like,
he must be paying
yeah,
for the whole mission for
yeah.
them to just give him carte blanche and say, sure, you can go up. And probably made sure he signed all kinds of papers saying that if he, for some
Yeah.
reason if anything were to happen, they won't be held responsible.
So does he not have any family, or
Yeah.
so why did nobody
has
go with
family.
him? Everybody else had a girl, kissing on him, or he didn't have anybody there.
I don't
He
know,
just hung
man.
out with Jeff Bezos.
I don't know.
Yeah, I just was curious when I was watching it. Oh, I think it came loose on its own. I mean, I got it. Yeah, or either that or I'm dragging in whatever it was.
I do believe he does have a daughter. I don't know about other kids. And it's not the girl that was in the commercials with him, calling him dad and everything. But,
Okay. It was a 3 is what this was, but I mean, I didn't go with it for a certain size. It was just because that's all they had at the store.
Right. Yeah, you don't have real fast moving water though, right?
No.
Yeah. That's an inline no roll. 2 or 3 is good for you. Mine are 4s, I believe. I'd have to look.
I mean, there's if I go fish the tailwaters, then I have current.
Right.
But and then the hooks, I think I showed you these the other day. Like I just bought these before the tournament. Like they're already like little, the little leader thing is tied.
Right.
But they're just a snelled bait holder. Size 1.
Yeah.
Hooks that I was using. I had some treble hooks. I had just some little panfish hooks, like because I was told, you didn't want a big old hook because their mouth and whatever. But I didn't end up using any of the other ones. I switched it out at one point, or not. I switched it out. I set up another rod, but I never ended up using that one.
Oh, I agree with y'all that he deserved to go up, but I was just thinking about his age and everything like that.
Oh, I didn't hook up. Well, I'm the only person on the lake, but I didn't hook up my other navigation light. I can see the dock from here. I guess I'll be fine. It's not really legal, but it's a haul for me to go up there in front of the front bench at this moment.
And Circle Hook Productions has come in.
Hey, Clint. Well, where's the thing? Oh my gosh. There it is. There was stuff to see. I just packed up from the little bank that I was on. I guess I could show you the other view. Um, and got back in my boat. But before I was sitting over here. Let me change it around. Okay.
Now, are you calling it quits for the night, or
I'm not sure. I'm gonna definitely go over there to the ramp because I need to go look for Lucky Ronnie's planter board. But I was over there, like my boat was there. It was actually a little bit further over. But if I can get my light and my camera set up together, you can see it better, but not really. Yeah, I was over there on the bank. I just got back in my boat.
okay? Well, I'm gonna jump off the camera and
Okay. Well, I'm probably gonna mute this, so it's
Dan,
gonna be kind of a silent
yeah,
stream for a second.
yeah, Dan can probably jump up now. I imagine he's done his dinner.
Yeah, he said earlier a couple minutes, but he never came through. But that's all right.
Yeah, night, Tim. Have a good day tomorrow.
Night, Tim. Okay, so I think that it's going to be loud and annoying if I leave the um, microphone on. So it's not a very long ride over to the dock, but I don't think y'all want to hear my lawnmower sounding boat motor. I dropped the tripod down. I guess I didn't have it locked up where it was. Hi, Becca. If you're still in here. I think what I'm going to do is take you all on a little tour with me to go see if we can go find Lucky Ronnie's planter board once I get this boat pulled up on the ramp. Sorry, I'm trying to close my tripod. A lot harder than you would think it would be. Once I make it safely to to the ground, I will be able to talk more, but right now I have to concentrate on not slipping. Hold on 1 second. Yeah. We're gonna go take a tour real fast to see if we can find his planter board. And I may try fishing here from the lake. I don't know. Pretty sure I'm the only one here. We'll know in a second. Okay. Yep, only one here. So this is going to be fun. Lucky Ronnie has left his planter board here. Says it's at the end of the parking lot. Sure hope he means the end that I'm going to after this little hike, but hello, fisherman 1979. Kenneth. So this is going to be fun. I don't know what color it is or where he said it is. He just said it was down here at this end of the parking lot. And I don't know if he meant in a parking spot or if he meant in the road, if he meant on the bank. I have no clue. If he was the last boat that I saw that left, then nobody else has been here since they left. But I have no clue. Should have gave me a little bit better directions on what I was doing, but so far I'm not seeing a thing. Okay, hold on. How did this thing work? It's not coming out. We're trying to set y'all down for a second so it's not moving so much. But that was pretty. Can't keep my. I have a pair of shorts. I have so many clothes on right now, but they're all falling off. Maybe I should have looked right there at the end where I was at, because maybe he was confused with what I was saying. Because I really don't understand why it would be down here, unless he was in a kayak or something and pulled it up the bank, because I've seen him do that before. But otherwise, I don't know why he would think it was down here. But now we'll go check the parking lot where you actually get your boat out of the water. And hopefully it's there, because if not, I don't know what to tell him. Yes, Becca always gives you a good laugh. Like, she's one of our biggest entertainers in the community. Okay. Don't think it would be down there for any reason, but I feel like surely he means the place where you secure your boat before you drive off. Oh, we're over halfway through with the parking lot. So still checking, like I've been looking throughout the spots. I don't know why it would be in one of those, but I hope I find it for him. Well, we're not there yet, but it seems to me that's the only place it could be. I guess if not, I could look on the road as I leave, but There's a kitty. I don't usually see that kitty. I don't know what to tell you, Ronnie. I sure don't see your planner board. You all were all my witness. I've had 12 to 14 witnesses this whole time. So you all saw I tried to help him out, but I do not see it. Just a kitty. Okay, well, no such luck. Okay. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. But like, I mean, I've seen one for sale once at CatCon before I really knew what they were. But other than that, I haven't seen them. Maybe I'll look on the dock. I don't know if they pulled up there or not. But and maybe he meant in the water. But I mean, like I was using my flashlight looking all around. So if it had any kind of shine on it, I definitely didn't see it floating in the water. But I have no clue. I don't see anything out there floating in the water except for a can. There's two things out there. I don't know what they are, but I don't think either of those are a planter board. But I mean, I kind of like went by it with my boat when I came through, but it didn't strike me as anything that would have been like that. And I did shine my light at it to look at it, but just that one thing. What's it look like when you shine a flashlight on it when you see the shine? Like what is it on it that shines? Because I feel like that's just a can or something in the water. I'm not finding anything like that. I would message Ryan, but I'm sure he's probably asleep. I don't have a number for Ronnie, so I guess I'll just wrap it up here soon and then look on the road. My guess is he made it home and then realized he didn't have it. But the coyotes out there going crazy. Okay, well, I have been live for 5 hours, and a few seconds it'll be 5 hours and 5 minutes. So I guess I'm just going to go on and end it and wrap up, pack up the boat. I'm trying to practice for a tournament, but the tournament's during the day, so nighttime practice isn't doing much good anyway. But believe the part that sits in the water is a piece of clear plastic. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I guess I'll just look for it on the road. Like, other than that, I think I'm out of options. And if, like, he didn't specify, but he said he had just left, and I just watched a boat go by with lights, and I know his has lights on it, and I'm almost positive that was him that was leaving then. So there's not been anybody else here. So if it were here, it would be here, or it'll be on the road. Thank you, Tiger. I guess I'm gonna shut her down now, and thanks for coming and checking out my live and hanging out. But like I said, y'all are my witness. I looked for this for him. But I guess I'll call it a night. Okay, sorry. Night pork chop. Orange or blue or yellow? What? Well, I've seen them pink. I've seen them all kinds of colors. I've seen them wood, just brown. But I don't know. But yeah, I'm gonna take this truck around and go hook my boat up and get that packed up and all that, and see if it's on the road. But I'm gonna be leaving for the night. Thank you all. I'll see you later. Bye.